All right, we are live on YouTube. Everyone is in from the waiting room, ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, and welcome everyone to our morning session of the September 13th meeting of the Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Leslie Freehill. I'm Deputy Legal Counsel for Governor Evers. I'm going to first introduce our other board members present. First, we have Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January 2021. Next, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock. He is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, deputy district attorney, and an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Next, we have Judge Jeffrey Kremers. He is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to the Pardon Board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, serving as chief judge for 7 of those years. He retired in 2018. Next, we have Cindy O'Donnell. She served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have Noble Ray, who served with the Madison Police Department for almost 28 years, including as Chief of Police from 2004 to 2013. Ray led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and the world. Before we get started this morning, I'm going to run through a few housekeeping items and reminders. First, this hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. Please mute yourselves and keep video off until it is your turn to help ensure that audio-visual quality is maintained. If you run into IT issues when it's your turn, please don't worry. Someone from our staff will give you a call and the board will return to your hearing once the issues are resolved. We will call people up in the order listed on the open meetings notice. You will have 5 minutes to share your story and answer the questions that we sent in advance of the meeting, which are a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and finally, a brief statement about why you think you should receive a pardon. After you are done making your statement, the board may or may not ask you questions about your application. Please do not read into this, and please be assured that the board has reviewed your full application materials. Once the board is done asking questions, you are welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone is heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present. The governor will then either accept or reject that recommendation. Either way, you will be notified in about a month or 2 about the outcome. So with that, we're going to get started with our first applicant, who is Stacey Nelson. Ms. Nelson, are you present? Okay, let's come back to Ms. Nelson. Next, we have Joshua Ledsky. Mr. Ledsky.
Hello.
Hi there, the floor is yours.
Hi there. So for a brief summary of my offense, in 2007, one second here. I was charged with second offense, possession of THC and possessed drug paraphernalia. And the drug paraphernalia charge was dismissed, and I was sentenced to felony probation for 15 months and 20 hours of community service and AODA. I had the 20 hours of community service dismissed because of challenges for childcare and things like that. And I completed my probation and my AODA very successfully without a hitch. And then the since then, I've been fairly consistently employed. I helped out a lot in the community. I volunteered at the local food bank. I still consistently volunteer at a local disc golf course, helping maintain the grounds. And I was employed at the Glass Nickel, which burned down in Sun Prairie's gas leak in 2018. And throughout that entire summer, I helped out with cleanup and all of those sorts of things. I volunteered to serve the firefighters food and drinks. And I guess a major reason that I would like to receive a pardon is I feel like it's held me back in gaining more meaningful employment for myself. After I quit the Glass Nickel, I tried to get a position as a cook at a local nursing home, and I wasn't able to get that position because of my felon status. And I just feel like it's been a barrier and a bit of a shame for me, especially considering that 24 of the states in the country are now decriminalized, and that also includes the city of Madison. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ledsky. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Just a couple of questions. One, how are you employed now?
I currently work at Royal Printing here in Sun Prairie. I'm a press operator, second pressman. I've been there since December of 2019, or not 19, 22, sorry.
All right. And my other question relates to this incident that happened in 2011 in Dane County. What was that about?
Which, I'm sorry, I don't,
Well, in 2000, sorry, go ahead.
I had some struggles, and I also completed all of the required sentencing for those issues as well.
I want to tell me what happened.
Which specifically? I don't have that pulled up right now.
You had a case 11 CF 1422 where you're charged with strangulation and looks like felony child abuse.
Those were times when things were stressful in life and I wasn't taking care of my mental health appropriately, and I've since adjusted quite a bit. I've been through years of therapy, and my family life, I'm still with the same partner. My son still lives here. We have a very healthy relationship now.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Ledsky. You are welcome to sign off.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Vernaisa Sanders. Ms. Sanders, are you present? Okay, Mr. Sanders, I can see you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. The floor is yours.
First of all, let me start by saying thank you for your time. Back in November of 1996, I was convicted of operating a vehicle without owner's consent by removing major parts. Basically, back then, my state of mind thinking was do anything to get some money. And at that point in time in my life, I really wasn't caring about other people's property or anything like that. But since then, since my conviction, I received the 2 years probation with the 8 months imposed stay. Of course, they had me to go through the AODA assessment, which I'm not a drinker or anything like that. I completed. Since that time, I've been gainfully employed with the Wisconsin Center District for over 23 years. Current position is shift supervisor. As far as things out in the community, I am a member of the Men's Solid Foundation Support Group, which we're a Christian-based group. And what we do there is any male that has issues or they feel they want to talk or need some advice, we're there to listen and to assist and help out. Furthermore, we've done walks in the community, which we try to do once a year. We try to go in troubled neighborhoods and reach out to various different individuals to try to assist them, try to give them some help and leads on different things. I'm married. I've raised I've raised 7 kids, and this felony right here, I've seen many obstacles over this last 28 years. Like I said, I am gainfully employed, and I'm thankful for that. But that's not where it stops, and I would like to go further and do other things. I constantly get background checks, and I'm really tired of wondering if one day I'll meet their expectations or not. I worked the 2020 DNC convention, Democratic convention, also just passed a Republican convention. So I have to go through background checks. Myself and my wife, we own a daycare, which annually I have to submit a background check for that. And there's some other things in life that I would like to do and go forward. I'm always looking for ways to enhance myself and do better in life. So I turn it over to you guys. Any questions?
Go ahead, Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Sanders, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon and they support it. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does that make you feel?
I'm anxious. I'm excited. I also reached out to the judge who did the conviction, and we had a nice conversation, and I gained his support as well.
Right. He indicated that he strongly supports your application.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Sanders? Okay, thank you for your time. You are welcome to sign off, Mr. Sanders.
All right, goodbye.
Next, I believe Stacey Nelson has joined. Ms. Nelson, are you present?
Hello?
Yes, Ms.
Hello?
Nelson. Yes, we can hear you. We are not able to see you.
I was available the first time you called me. I just don't know why you all couldn't hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we could not hear you at all. Are you able to turn on your video?
Oh, I'm having technical. No, I will have to do this by phone. I'm just glad that you all can hear me now.
Yes, as are we. I will give you the floor then.
Okay, well, hi. Hello, you all. I'm Stacey Nelson. I am a former client of yours. I was convicted. I was charged and convicted for insurance fraud, forgery, uttering, back in the early 2000s. Since then, I did my time. I did time at Techeetah and then at a facility here in Milwaukee that is now a Marquette apartment housing now, down there off of, not far from Wisconsin Avenue. I've moved on, lived in many different states, especially Texas. Since my release, what have I done over the years? I've gone to school. I've returned and gone to school. I received a paralegal certificate in Texas. Very little volunteer work because I do work. I'm a trucker. I'm currently a trucker. I've driven for the Hub Group. I've driven for USPS tractor trailers. I still do that currently. I'm a homeowner. I do plan on opening up other businesses as well soon after I get my pardon. It involves the healthcare field, even though my convictions were not a part of the health industry. It would be better if I just had a pardon. I'm deserving of that. I pay taxes. I'm a tax-paying, law-abiding citizen. And it would be great just to have the pardon. I need to be able to protect my home, protect myself, protect my children. And I need to be able to fill out applications without checking off the box and having to explain to anyone who did not have anything to do with anything why I have a felony. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Nelson, I'll kick things off. I see at the time of your discharge, you owed approximately $1,000 in restitution. Has that been paid?
I am not aware of owing anything. I've never received any mailings, any phone calls. As far as I know, everything that I've paid out, it was joint and severed, and I'm not aware that I owe anything.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Miss Nelson. The first crime of the theft was you charged money on the credit card of two others. Can you talk about the impact on the victims of those crimes? Because we see a lot of these issues with people's credit impacted, identity theft, those kind of things that can have really devastating effects on victims. You haven't mentioned that at all. Can you talk about that a little bit?
As far as the impact, hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I heard feedback. As far as the impact on the victims, I have no idea. I've never met them. They've never came to court. I've never received any writings or heard of any victim impact statements. So I cannot speak on those particular victims. However, as far as identity theft, that is still rampant. Even to this day, it's even more advanced than it was back in the early 2000s. As far as I know, when it comes to credit card theft, or not identity theft, but credit card fraud. Let's term it like that, credit card fraud. The only thing I know is that the banks replenish whatever was taken, and then someone could get arrested if it's investigated. But as far as the victims in my case, I have no idea. I never met them.
I have another question for you. As part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application. It's not required, but people are encouraged to do so. And you did not submit any letters of support for your application. Can you tell us why not?
I feel I do not need any letters of support. If I felt that I needed it, I have many of people who would support that. As a matter of fact, years ago, I had asked my mother's friend, what is her name? I can't think of her name right now. She's Gwendolyn Moore. Gwendolyn Moore, you are familiar with her. I asked her if she would write me a letter of recommendation in the event that I needed her, and she said that she would, but that was decades ago. I have not lived in Wisconsin in over 15 years. I just returned back here in 2021. So I had been gone and away, but letters of recommendation, I can stand on my own.
Thank you.
No, we
Reverend Hancock.
The district attorney's office in Milwaukee reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support it. The final decision will be made by the governor. But
Yes.
how does that make you feel?
I feel confident that Governor Evers will grant me my pardon, being that I am no longer a criminal. I have served my time way back in the early 2000s. I've moved on from that. I'm 50 years old now. I'll be 51 in November. I feel very confident that he will grant it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Yes. Is that all?
That is all. You're welcome to sign off, or you can remain
All
if
right.
you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandon Holmes. And as a quick reminder to any applicants whose turn it is not yet, please turn off your video and your audio. Thank you. Mr. Holmes, the floor is yours.
Are you guys able to hear me? Thank you for your time this morning. To start off with a brief summary of my offenses, in 1998, as a senior in high school, I was convicted of criminal damage to property, robbery, and possession with intent to deliver, THC. A little bit about that is, I guess as an 18-year-old, just freshly being 18, I was trying to figure out my place, and I got kind of mixed up with the wrong crowd, made some bad decisions, and was convicted of those crimes. I was sentenced to 3 years of probation, which I successfully completed and was discharged from May 26th of 2001. During the time on probation, I had 40 hours of community service sentenced to me every year. I believe it was like the second year of probation. I was having a hard time finding employment. So my probation officer said, let's get the community service all out of the way at one time. I remember doing that work at, I believe it was Grace Episcopal Church, washing blankets and taking phone calls and messages for the people there. Since the completion of my sentence, I have worked for the state of Wisconsin. I've worked for the city of Madison. I worked for a private industry in which I traveled all over the United States, mapping the roads kind of like Google Earth, but we worked contracts for the Department of Transportations all over the United States. Here in Madison, I worked as a construction inspector on and off for roughly 10 years. I've done everything in the construction field as far as drilling holes for buildings, for foundations, taking soil samples, to doing the construction inspection, to actually doing the manual labor. In 2019, I was awarded a primary placement of my 1-year-old son. We moved back to Madison from California in March of 2015 when he was just 1 year old. And pretty much he's been with me since. In 2020, I filmed I was contacted to film an anti-gun violence PSA that the Boys and Girls Club and the Dane County DA was a part of. Currently, I work for Urban Triage as a housing navigator. I work to house unhoused individuals in the community, and really enjoy that job. I've been a part of backpack giveaways. I've helped out with like the Christmas toy drives for the radio station for 93.1. When I was financially able to, I would donate to those causes as well. And I mean, really, I'm seeking a pardon for a couple of reasons. Long time, it hasn't affected me for quite a while, but in the last 2 years, I've been turned down for places to live based off my record, which is roughly about 25 years old. I'd like to find safer and better housing for me and my child. Another big reason is I'd like to show my son that one mistake doesn't have to dictate your life. You can work hard and you can still make something and get have a good outcome. And also take responsibility for your actions that you do. I'd like to continue my work in the community. I think it would help me move up in positions if those blemishes weren't there on my record. And as I've been getting older, I've actually been getting more and more into politics. And one day I might like to run for office. I just really feel like the 25 years, it's been a great learning curve for me. I mean, I've been forced to adapt and navigate my way through, and kind of the hurdles that I set in place for myself at a young age. I think I've done real well navigating that and being a positive role model for my child.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Are there questions from the board? Judge Kramer?
Yeah, good morning, sir. I'd like to talk about the robbery in March of 1998. Can you tell me what was going on there? Who brought the gun?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the gun from? All of that.
Yes, sir. So the robbery in '98, it was me and a buddy of mine that I played sports with in high school. We went and took some pot from some other kids at school. We did it outside of the school setting, and if I remember correctly, I believe it was my co-defendant that brought the weapon, but it wasn't. It was a BB gun at the time.
But you say you robbed the.
Yes, we took the pot from them. We stole it from them. Yes, sir.
At what appeared to be gunpoint from the perspective of the victim.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Stupid mistake as kids. Kind of caught in limbo between sports ending senior year and where I was going to end up going as far as like college opportunities and stuff like that. And that stupid mistake actually took away some college opportunities and some extra educational opportunities that I had at the time.
Thank you.
Noble?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning.
You mentioned that one of the driving forces in why you're seeking a pardon is because you've been turned down from housing applications. Could you talk about that a bit more? And what I'm looking at is, how did you know that it was based upon your record specifically?
One of the most recent ones that happened was a couple of weeks ago. I had filled out an application. The apartment complex contacted me right away. The correspondence was roughly 10 minutes between emails back and forth. The question came up because I checked the felony box on the application. They asked for some further background on that. And within probably 2 or 3 minutes, an email came back and said that my background history disqualified me from living on the property. And I know at that point in time that they didn't have enough time to run my credit and do a full background check. So it was based off initially my response to their question.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Reverend Hancock?
In your application, when you talk about the armed robbery, you said you didn't know that your co-defendant had the rifle. But when you were interviewed by the police at the time, you said that you'd always planned to use a gun. What's the difference?
Actually, I honestly, sir, I don't remember that with the police, but what I do remember is that at the time we were unaware that he had it. It was a conversation that had happened prior to the fact, but no decision had been made up to that point. And then the surprise look on my face when he popped out with it was just like the other two victims that we were there to take this stuff from. I was just as surprised as they were at that point. And that's really all that I remember about that incident, sir.
And you've described it as a BB gun. The victim describes it as a 20 gauge shotgun.
12 gauge.
Yeah, it was a BB rifle is what it was. It was a BB rifle.
Also, I want to compliment you on one part of your application. You had very strong letters from people that have known you for a long time, including two of your therapists. And those were we don't often see that length of time that people have been involved in your life. So that was a very strong part of your application.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Holmes? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you again for letting me be heard.
Next, we have James Hartley. Okay, good morning, Mr. Hartley. The floor is yours.
Good morning, thank you. Briefly, in 1992 and 93, excuse me, I was convicted of burglary and driving, operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent. The burglary itself was a completely foolish mistake. I broke into my parents' house while they were on vacation. I was trying to look cool for my buddies. I think I was 18 or 19 at the time, 18 probably. So I knew my parents were on vacation and I knew that they had some things of value. So we shot the window out with a BB gun. That part of the charge was later dropped because it was just a BB gun. I did have a lot of remorse for that. I remember picking up an item of value, which in 1992, a VCR was a pretty hot item. So I was on my way towards the door with it and something clicked and I put it down and I just left it there and I walked out. The other two fellows that I was with had taken some items. So with that, I believe I served 5 years of probation on that without any incidents. UAs were always clean. PO was always pretty satisfied with my progress and how I had turned around from that. The operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent charge, a buddy of mine had stolen the car, which we later found out was actually already stolen from a rental agency in Illinois, but he was unaware of that. He had stolen the car and brought it back to the apartment where we were living. And for several days, I was very apprehensive about touching the car, riding in the car. I really didn't want anything to do with it, but peer pressure eventually gave in and I was operating the vehicle. And one day I was going to leave the apartment to go to the gas station and looked in my rearview mirror to back out of my spot and I was surrounded by police. From my understanding at the time, I was caught was because my roommates were under surveillance for a burglary of some sort. I don't even know the details of that. for that, I served 3 years probation, which ran consecutive with my first term. Since then, I have left that entire part of my life behind. None of those people have made it forward into the journey I'm on now. I haven't seen any of these people for 30 years. Actually, one of the individuals that I was caught with, I did look his record up while I was in the process of doing my own application. And he evidently has turned himself into a career criminal because he has been in and out of prison and actually still resides there. So none of these people that I was around as a young boy have made it to where I am today. I'm 50 years old now. Since then, I received a degree in information technology from the University of Phoenix. I did that entirely online because I was a stay-at-home dad at the time. I have been relatively consistently employed over the course of the last 30 years. Currently, I am a CNC equipment operator. I have been for a while. That includes lasers, flatbed printers, flatbed CNC operation, that type of thing. I actually make a lot of stuff for the Department of Defense. My reason for seeking a pardon is simply to dismiss the stigma for being a convicted felon that has been attached to me for 30 years. I have not let these crimes define me as a man, a father, an employee, or the person I've become. I live with constant fear of being discovered and some anxiety of being judged based on those crimes if they do come up. And I have had the hard question come out: what is this for? Why were you convicted? What happened? Unfortunately, I've been able to work with some understanding people who have taken that into consideration and just kind of said, well, let's see what he can do, because that's not what we see on paper. You will see from some of my letters of recommendation that there are a lot of people who didn't even know that I was involved in any kind of crime when I was a kid because of the different person I am. The other additional reason for seeking a pardon is I want to have certain rights regained. I want to live a full life that reflects my passions, my desires, and my opinions, and desire to feel like a full American with all the rights, freedoms, and liberties that our servicemen and women fight for. That includes being able to possess a firearm. I am a huge hunter. I bow hunted for several years. I actually did a mentorship program for some young boys a couple of years ago to get them into the hunting field. When gun season comes around, I kind of feel like I'm left out a little bit. That would be my only reason to possess a firearm, is for hunting purposes, not for self-protection. I have 2 giant dogs that can do that for me. So that would be why I'm looking for it. I wish I could sit down with that kid myself when he was 18 or 19, explain to him that the answer is not going to be found at the end of the path that he was on. And I would give anything to take the 30 years of wisdom that I have gained and explain to that kid that there's a better way to live. Today, 30 years after those very stupid choices, I carry the scar of a felon, and it's not something I want to have to deal with anymore. That pretty much sums that up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hartley. Questions from the board? Judge Cummers.
So, good morning, sir.
Morning.
If I understand correctly, for the 1992 case, the breaking into your parents' residence, you
Yes.
initially got probation, but then you were revoked.
Yes. I could not remember the course of events that happened back then. I
So
did get revoked for the second crime that I was convicted of.
that was my question. Okay.
Yeah, I did do back then it was called the DIS program, or Department of Intensive Sanctions, which was the precursor to what the bracelet is. So I did the bracelet program for that. I did that successfully without any issue. I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
I said thank you. That was the extent of my question.
Okay. Morning.
Reverend Hancock, go ahead.
Mr. Hartley, one of your letters of support talks about how important family is to you.
Incredibly.
But in your application, there was no mention about how burglarizing your parents' house affected your family? For
Sure.
example, what happened to your mother's jewelry? You stole your mother's jewelry. What happened to that? And why is there nothing in your application about any insight into the way that affected your family?
Sure. From my understanding, all the property that had been taken was returned to them, including, I believe it was one of my father's 22 rifles, my mother's jewelry. I believe all that stuff was returned. After that, there was some stigma and some conflict between my parents and I, and it did really affect the family outside of my parents. My family really wasn't that close then. And I think that's why it's such an issue to me now for family to be important. After a while, there was forgiveness came slowly, but it did come. And I did go on later to have a quite deep and meaningful relationship with my father, who passed away in 2005 unexpectedly. So he's no longer with me, but the impact of what I did on the family was significant enough for me to realize I'm in a bad spot. The reason I did my crimes, the reason I did what I did was for incredibly stupid reasons, which at the time was just to look cool. I was looking for approval from, some older kids that I think I was hanging around at the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Hartley? Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dale Johnson.
I'm here.
Mr. Johnson, we
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay, 1 second. How about now?
Yes. Okay, and I will give you the floor.
Hello, my name is Dale Johnson. I'm from Glen Flora, Wisconsin. I committed a crime of theft in 1981, 43 years ago. I served 1 year in jail and then I was released. I do volunteer work. I take elders to their doctor's appointments Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I cut wood for people who need firewood. I till gardens for people who want gardens. I take people fishing. I am a mentor for kids who want to go bow hunting. I am retired. I retired at age 62. I volunteer my time so I can keep busy helping others in need. I am asking the board today to give me a pardon on a felon I got 43 years ago. I served my time. I became a better person by helping others. I feel I deserve a pardon so I can live the rest of my life not being labeled as a felon. I've been married for 31 years to the same woman. I also had my self-employed business from 2015 to 2020. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions from the board? Ms. O'Donnell?
Good morning, Mr. Johnson. In your application, which, of course, people have to wait a little bit here once they apply, but in your application, you said you were working on your GED. Do you have an update on that?
Yes, I got my GED.
When did you get it?
I got that a year ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Johnson, there was a very interesting letter from a guy named Mike Nelson. Do you know Mike Nelson?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Mike Nelson?
Mike Nelson is a very good friend of mine. I've known him for many years.
He seemed to say in his letter that your relationship with him prevented him from taking his own life because you delivered some firewood. Is that the way that happened?
I go out and I cut firewood, and this gentleman has been, I believe, in the war, and he has a lot of issues talking about it. But when he does talk about it, I'm always there to listen to him because I want to hear it.
Good.
Because I feel it's better that they talk about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like there are no more questions from the board. If not, thank you for your time, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tori Scott. Tori Scott? Okay, I see that Mr. Scott is not present, or at least doesn't appear to be right now. So we'll move to our next applicant, Lonnie Grotjahn. Hey, Mr. Grotjahn, are you present? Okay, not seeing that applicant. Let's move to the next one, Matthew Zambriski. Mr. Zambriski, I see that you are present. We cannot see or hear you.
Hi. Yeah, sorry I left my video on earlier. I've never used this before.
That's okay, but I'll give you the floor now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make this quick. I wrote way too much stuff down. First, I'd like to thank you for your time. My name is Matt Zambriski, and when I was 18, I was young and dumb, and so were my friends. And somehow just running around and kind of being wild kids, it escalated. And we ended up breaking into some places that were closed and stealing some money. And I was the getaway driver. And I've always been fully aware that I received a light sentence because it was my first and only case. I received 30 days in jail and 3 years probation with a 3-year suspended prison sentence in the case of revocation. As you all know, I was not revocated. If I remember correctly, I was released from supervision a little early. Since the crimes, I've worked 20 years as a machinist. The last 14 months or so, I've worked in the quality sector on my way to become a quality engineer. I've educated myself a lot over the years. As a machinist, I taught myself how to set up and program the machines. I taught myself algebra, geometry, a little bit of trig, any other math I've ever needed. Studying industrial reference items, amongst other things. I actually spent 2 semesters in college. Sorry, my dogs. I actually spent 2 semesters in college. I did pretty well. I spent some years volunteering with my father at a discount food program until the program was disbanded. I've become a family man. I've been with my girlfriend for over 13 years now. We have a 12-year-old son, a 10-year-old daughter, 2 puppies. We live out in Lebanon now, where my closest neighbor is on the other side of a cow pasture. And I'm basically living the American dream. My kids are geniuses. My girlfriend's basically Wonder Woman. And I just want to put this one thing behind me. I want to be a good example to my kids. I want to make my dad proud. And honestly, recently I developed like a new worry about my past convictions because I started an LLC and I haven't done anything with it yet. I'm still staging equipment. But if I handed someone a business card right now, I'd have like a no-name company that, they wouldn't be able to find like a Yelp review or anything. So if they looked up my name because they couldn't find the company, they would see that felony conviction. And I know that would make a lot of people leery about, trusting a no-name business. And I think I have to believe that having like the notation of a pardon on that would drastically change that perception. I'm sorry if I lost myself. Do I have time for like one more reason, if that's okay?
Sure.
I personally have no interest in firearms, but my girlfriend was in the U.S. Marines, and she does have a legitimate interest in riflery or marksmanship or whatever. And that's something she actually never pursued because of me. And I've always felt like kind of a jerk because of that, because she decided it would be too much of a hassle to like store a firearm in like a storage locker or someone else's residence and rely on them to store it or anything like that. And I've just felt kind of bad about that over the years. It's been over a decade that she hasn't pursued her own interest for that. And also, I don't live the life of a criminal. That's not the kind of person I am. And I believe that's everything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zambriski. Questions from the board? Judge Crummers.
Yeah, so I've read your application and everything looks pretty good to me, but I do have this question about your Facebook page. What's up with the intro and the picture on your Facebook page?
I haven't been on Facebook in several years. I don't remember what I had up there. I do know I had like a very big interest in hardcore metal.
But it looked like it was, if it was the right Facebook page, it was a picture of Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
And Facebook is not the most reliable source in the world, so it may be that it's somebody else with a similar name, but.
Oh, you know what? That might have been a joke. Like, I'm not, like I said, I haven't been on there in several years at least. I don't really remember, but I know I rarely ever used my picture for my profile. I might have just picked a random one or.
Okay. It's not a big deal. I just wondered. Thank you, sir.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Zambriski, Governor Evers will make the final decision about your pardon, but the judge and district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application support it. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel like calling my dad.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like there are no further questions from the board. So we thank you for your time, Mr. Zambriski. Moving on, let's go to Keith Woolley. Mr. Woolley, are you here? Okay, it doesn't appear so. Let's go back to Lonnie Grotjahn. It looks like you are here, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Hello.
Hi there.
You can see me.
Yep, we can see and hear you, so I'll give you the floor.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Thank you for your time. I do have some stuff I wrote down. I want to go over my cases. I have several cases, and I've been reading this stuff over since 6 o'clock this morning going, man, who was that guy? Okay. 95 CF 161 in 1996, 95 CF 97 CF 80 and 19 CF 80. Those were Dunn County cases. It was either a theft of a four-wheeler or burglary dwelling to a building. I broke into some schools with another guy, and we took medications and got caught the very same night we did all that. But before that, I have these 95 cases, and I did the 6 months of jail, and then I got released on probation and whatever for that 6 months or for work release. Completed that. Well, then in 1996 or the later part of 96, whenever those cases were, is when I recommitted. But the burglary cases from 95, I'm getting kind of mixed up here. Stolen four-wheelers, broke into some storage sheds, stole some car parts. I'm not trying to minimize my situation here. This is a long time ago. Major mistakes. And I since then went to prison for, I had a 2-year prison sentence from the 1997. I went to prison for I think 16 months off the 2 years. Got out of prison. Went to work, got in trouble with using, and went to New Richmond Challenge Incarceration Program, what was actually called the Atlas Program back in 2000. So I went through the Atlas program in 2000, made a 4-month program into my customized 6-month program, because I made some choices there that weren't healthy, which was viewing marijuana plants on a work release or on a work and telling others about it. And so I went from 2000, and I was out of the Challenge Incarceration Program. I met my wife, who I married in 2007. I met her in like 2001 or 2002, and completed all my restitution and probation and parole. Was released off of that. And I've been working ever since, that one job or another. I did write some stuff down. I gotta see here. Yep. 97, 95, those cases were four-wheelers and storage sheds. And 1997 was cases with breaking into schools, stealing medication, and then I skipping ahead to leaving the Challenge Incarceration Program, which I graduated, which has actually been the savior in my life for the most part, other than Jesus, guiding me in the best way that he can. And I don't know how to. Okay, then I met my wife, and she had 4 children. And then we had a child between the two of us, and I took those children as they were really young and just invested all my time, energy, finances into helping my wife and these children, and then my child, David. And how do I go along here? And they were challenging. So I always related back to when I did those school broke into those schools and stole that medication. I raised 2 children that are still on medications, even as a 21-year-old and a 27-year-old. So I realized the impact that I had on those kids. I mean, I feel like if I could take it all back, I would. I can't. And I basically lost a son in the oldest son I lost in 2014. I relapsed. I put myself into treatment for a teen challenge out of Rochester, Minnesota. I did a 3-month program over there to get clean, and then I graduated that. And I didn't send a copy, but I do have my certificate from that. And I just found this stuff going through this paperwork, or finding all this other paperwork. So I just found this. And this is, I graduated August 11th, 2015 from the Teen Challenge program, which set me back on the right path. Now I work with the Amish, and I transport them, I drive them, I take them to doctor's appointments, I take them to funerals, weddings, I take them on family vacations. I have my own driving, my own business. I got a card here, G7 Take a Trip. I do Amish taxi work, and I've had to refuse jobs because they were wanting to go into Canada, and I'm not even going to try to get a passport at this point. So I'd like to get a passport so I can drive into Canada and up into Alaska. Have had to turn down jobs for that. I've raised, 5 children full time, and then I have a daughter from high school that I raised up all these years. And I was an avid hunter prior to my my crimes and my convictions. I still been a bow hunter since then. I would like to possibly get my hunting rights back, and so I can take my youngest son is disabled to a degree where he probably won't drive. He gets around. He gets around really good. I mean, he does well, but it takes a lot of work from me and his mom to help him maintain his life, which there again brings me back to thinking about all them kids I disrupted their life when they were just little kids. And I know the impact. I see the impact on the little kids that I raised, of how their, life was before I met them. And I guess with all that mumbling, and I don't know if I made any sense, but I've been married for 17 years, been together for over 21. A pardon for me, why? I fulfilled all my responsibilities. A pardon would be nice because of the job opportunities, taking my son deer and duck hunting, and travel to and through Canada for work, and then travel abroad. I mean, I've helped raise 6 children, been married, still married. I have 7 grandchildren. And there again, it goes back to thinking about them kids and the crimes that I committed, and what they had to go through. Just, I don't know. I get all in my chest about it, because I just love these kids, and I want to always do the best for them and for myself and for my other family. So other than that, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of questions, because I did a lot of not right things. I mean, all before I was, probably 19 years old.
Okay,
And
well, thank
anyway,
you. It looks like there are a few questions from the board. I'll start things off. What has been your relationship with substances since your relapse in 2015? Or
I
24?
am clean. I am 100% clean and sober.
Okay,
Yep.
congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Cindy, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, well, that was my question, but I have a follow-up. How do you maintain and sustain your recovery?
I have people that I talk to. I have an uncle that I talk to. I've had, different counselors over the years. I got a guy out in Montana that I call and talk to, because he used to be my chiropractor in Rock Falls, Wisconsin, and he helped me like he don't even realize how much he helped me through the years just by stopping in and seeing him and going over things in my life. And chiropractor, but yet he was a counselor to me. I have other drivers that I talk to that are doing the same work that I am, that I talk to because sometimes there's frustrating things with this line of work, and I don't want to be frustrated to the point where I make a bad choice or something. So I always make sure I talk to them, or I talk to my wife. My wife is a good counselor for me. She knows me in and out, and or I talk to my uncle Bernie Bronco, who also wrote a letter, and I hope that letter got to you, because I got the original copy, and I'm not sure why I should have the original copy, but hopefully that letter got to you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Reverend Hancock.
No, we did get that letter, and it was a good letter from not only your uncle but the retired sheriff of Buffalo County. Also, the district attorney in Dunn County supports your application. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Oh, absolutely elated. It almost brings a tear to my eye just thinking that somebody that could support me in the judicial system for even reading over the stuff that I've done. I'm amazed. I'm happy. I'm elated. I couldn't even tell you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I
don't normally wear glasses, but I can't see. I can't see close, so I could take them off. But then everything else is kind of blurry too. So I should probably get some glasses.
No problem. Any more questions from the board? Okay. Thank you for your time. You're welcome to sign off.
Oh, awesome. Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Lastly, I'd like to circle back to two that we missed or who were not present when called. First, Tori Scott. Are you present now? Okay. I do not see or hear Mr. Scott. And lastly, Keith Woolley, are you present? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Mr. Woolley, we can hear you. We cannot see you.
Oh, let's see. I don't know. I guess now there's some page in the way, I guess, so.
Okay.
I guess I don't know.
We can proceed with just audio, so I will give you the floor.
Okay. All right. I was convicted of 2 counts of burglary back in 7th month, 11th, 1972. Ended up 2 years probation. And since then, I know I did a lot of drinking back in those days, and I figured the drunker I was sometimes back then, the more braver I was, so that way I would burglarize. And so I went through the treatment plan and stuff a couple different times, in fact. And then I landed me a couple different jobs at the same time, and did that throughout my life. And that's the way I was able to maintain, is just hang on a couple jobs, so I was busy a lot of the time. So,
You don't drink now.
and now I don't drink, so. Or I haven't drank for several years. I'm 80 years old now, so. And fighting cancer, and it looks like it might be a winner. I hope. I've got not too much more to say, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woolley. Questions from the board? Ms. O'Donnell.
Good morning, Mr. Woolley. Can you tell us what a pardon would mean for you at this point in your life? Why do you want one?
It would be a huge weight lifted off my shoulders. I would be able to go and do things with, hunt with the grandchildren and stuff now. I got grandchildren and great grandchildren, of course. And that would mean so much to them and me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Woolley.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our first morning session. We will take a 10-minute break now, and we will resume again promptly at 10 with our next set of applicants.
Okay, I'm done now then, huh?
You are. Thank you for your time. You're welcome to sign off.
Okay. Okay, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just to test, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Noble, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you turn off your television? It's a little distracting.
Jerry, Jerry, I sent you an email.
Oh, okay.
When you get a second, no rush.
Okay.
Thanks, Jerry.
Okay. I was going to ask you to change the station, but that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was at an angle where you could see it, but so thank you.
I assume you're in a motel room somewhere.
Yeah, that's why I'm only doing half a day. I'm traveling, doing some work.
Where are you at? Are you anywhere exotic, Chief?
I was just saying, no, I'm not anywhere. I'm in Indianapolis, but I did go to Paris a few weeks ago.
Nice.
I didn't realize you were an Olympian, Noble.
Yeah, the USA basketball team needed someone to fill in one of those spots, so I went out there.
Okay, Reverend Hancock, are you there? Okay, it looks like we have all of our board members, so we'll go ahead and get started with our second morning session of the Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Leslie Freehill. I'm Deputy Legal Counsel for Governor Evers. I'll introduce our other board members present before we get started. First we have Anthony Cooper, Sr., who's the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. Next, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock, who's the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, deputy district attorney, and administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Next, we have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who's Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to the Pardon Board. He served as the Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years. He retired in 2018. Next, we have Cindy O'Donnell, who served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thomas, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have Noble Ray. He served with the Madison Police Department for almost 28 years, including as Chief of Police from 2004 to 2013. Ray led the U.S. Justice Department's Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative and currently provides racial bias training for law enforcement agencies around the nation and the world. Now, before we begin, a few housekeeping items and reminders. First, the hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. Please mute yourself and keep your audio off until it is your turn. This will help us ensure the audio and visual quality. If you run into IT issues, please don't worry. Someone from our staff will reach out to you and give you a call, and the board will return to your hearing once the issues are resolved. We'll call people up in the order that is listed in the open meetings notice. You'll have 5 minutes to share your story and answer the following 3 questions which were sent in advance. A brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and a brief statement about why you think you should receive a pardon. After you speak, the board may or may not ask you questions about your application. Please don't read into this and be assured that the board members have reviewed your full application materials. Once the board is done asking questions, you are welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone is heard after this session, the board will move into closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present. The governor will either accept or reject that recommendation. Either way, you will be notified of the outcome in about a month or 2 from today. And with that, let's start with our first applicant of the second morning session. Peter Daly, are you present?
I am here.
Okay, great. We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to figure out how to change that.
There we go. Okay, I will give you the floor.
All right. I've applied for a pardon of my felony burglaries. They have been a direct consequence to not being able to get hired at several jobs, which is really my main motivation for applying. But I've also just stopped using those substances that made me feel compelled to commit crimes that I never would have in my wildest dreams ever committed. Those substances, cocaine and heroin, it's been over 15, probably more closer to 20 years free of those substances. Since my sentence, that that really saved my life, being arrested. I don't think I would have survived that addiction if I was not incarcerated. And then subsequently, the Schwartz House program, I think, was very effective in helping me get off of those substances. And since then, I've just been working and it's been a long road of trying to clean up the wreckage of everything that I've done with my finances and all that, credit scores. I've been told that I'm being illegally discriminated against of these crimes by the Department of Workforce Development when I told them some of my circumstances. And so I've got one complaint filed against one company now, but there's a laundry list of companies that are serially, apparently it's not even legal to discriminate against me, but over a certain period of time. You would probably know more about that than I would.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Daly. Are there questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Daly. So
Good morning.
the time of your crimes, you were stealing property to buy heroin, according to your application, and you mentioned cocaine today. How did you get off those substances, and how do you maintain your recovery today?
That is a very good question, and I have no idea. Like I said, the Schwartz House really helped with the heroin addiction. I mean, that was point blank the last time I used heroin or any narcotics since was the Schwartz House treatment. I did still struggle with cocaine use for a few years after that, and even after I completed probation, I was still going and occasionally using cocaine. And I think I used an activity. I started fishing a lot, and it's particularly at night. And honestly, and this is my honest opinion, that is what I think I stopped using cocaine. I have no idea. Honestly, have no idea. But I think that's it. Activities.
Yeah.
Is my best
fish?
guess.
You still fish at night?
I'm very avid. Not at night anymore. I don't stay up late. I stayed up late for a job, and I'm very tired of staying up late. So now I'm going to bed early these days.
So just a couple more questions. Your crimes were in 2003, 2004, but then in 2007 you had carrying a concealed weapon.
That was, yeah, that was in McFarland. That's a horrible crime. It just looks bad, but what that was a pocket knife, and I think that was one of my last cocaine attempts. But I was in McFarland at the time. I'm living on Spartan Drive, and a McFarland police officer, and I was intoxicated at the time, and but I had a pocket knife in my pocket. I found it in my taxi cab at the time. I was a Badger cab driver, and I found this. It wasn't an illegal pocket knife that I know of, but I kept it because there was reports in the news of drivers being robbed by a rope being put around their neck. And I figured, hey, if that happens to me, I'll just cut myself free. And I think I told that to the police officer. I'm not 100%. This was so long ago. But yeah, I tried to get that charge removed, and the judge did not want it removed because I did say I was going to use it for self-defense. I think that was the reason.
Okay. And then in 2009, you had a misdemeanor disorderly conduct. What were the circumstances around that?
2009
If you recall.
misdemeanor disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
That might have been with Carla, my girlfriend at the time. We were at Governor Dodge, I'm pretty sure. We were camping, and we had a big argument, which was it was bad, and the police showed up, and I think I was still on probation at the time.
Yeah. You didn't discharge till 2011.
Yes, so I was on probation, and those last two charges were really the end of my cocaine use, I'm pretty sure. But that was an argument, and I had to go through Dodge County court system to remedy that.
Well, it coincides, if that was your last cocaine usage, it coincides with that was your last criminal offense. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's,
Yeah,
I
you
don't,
can see
I
the
don't.
nexus.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Daly? Okay, well, thank you for your time and congratulations on your sobriety.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we have Eldridge Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I'll hand it to you.
Well, my crimes are from 91. They were auto thefts, and I mean, it was time at the time I was really young.
Mr. Johnson,
Yeah.
I'm having some difficulty hearing you. Could you come closer to your microphone?
Hello, can you hear me now? Is it better?
That's better.
Okay, yeah, I still had it on the not mute, but the speaker. All right, so like I said, my crimes are from like 91 to like about 94. Like I said, I was hanging with wrong crowd and peers, and just out doing wild stuff. Me wanting to just fit in other words. So I really just had to draw back and realize, like, while the path I was going down, I like my father, I was telling him, you're going to be institutionalized because you're always getting in trouble, and you keep going back and forth to jail and all this, and it was just like I had to straighten out, and I had probation to do, and it was rough. It was a little rough trying to get through that, and I believe I finally discharged off probation in like 95. And, since then I did classes going to school for culinary. I did a class in Milwaukee, and I had got my food manager license and things. And then I moved to Houston. I took another culinary class. Didn't get a chance to finish, but I'm just right now just filling my mind with with things that'll keep me positive, keep me moving. I maintain employment. I'm married. I have 3 kids, 2 grandchildren now. I just had a granddaughter on the 20th of August. Basically, just staying out the way. I don't involve myself with crime or anything at all. I just want to live a normal life. Me getting a pardon would probably really just change my life, because it's been a lot of job opportunities I've been looked over, because of that. And I'm just really just trying to put my past behind me. I would love to, if I could get a pardon, that would really change my life.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
So you talk in your application a little bit about the crimes, but not the why of the crimes. And more specifically, you don't really mention anything about the last one, the possession of a firearm by a felon. Can you talk about why you got involved in these crimes, and specifically why you had the firearm after you were told not to?
Well, not putting blame on nobody is my choice. Someone told me to go put the gun somewhere. I went to go do it. Police seen me do it, and that's how it happened. I knew better. It wasn't like I was toting it or carrying it. I just happened to go put it somewhere, and then I just got myself in another bad position. It's crazy. It's like as soon as I do something, I get caught. So I was like, man, crime is not me. I need to change my life. You know? I was just a bonehead decision. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Johnson, the Milwaukee County DA's office reviewed your application for a pardon. The governor will make the final decision, but the Milwaukee County DA supports your application. How does that make you feel?
Ecstatic. I mean, that would make me jump up and down for joy, for real. I can do a cartwheel at my age.
Well, that we don't need to see that. We'll take your word.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your time, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Hessler. Ms. Hessler, we can see you.
Good morning.
There,
So,
we can hear you as well.
Okay, thank you. My charges were in January of 1997. I was charged with a Class C felony for forgery. At the time, I was living in Platteville, Wisconsin, young, and living with a roommate that moved out and left me with a fair amount of bills. It was her security deposit that was sent there that I did cash. At the time, needed the money to keep the roof over my head. Now I know that it was the wrong thing to do, and I should have just reached out for help from family or friends. I did get 2 years probation. I completed my probation and paid my restitution and fines. Haven't had any other police contact in negative ways. I do, after that, I did move back home and stay with my parents for a while, worked at a local gas station until it went out of business, and started working for Walmart in March of 1998, and have worked here for 26 and a half years now. I started as a cashier and worked my way up through the ranks. I'm a higher member of management. I've been a member of management for the company for a little over 18 years now of my career. I do have a business certificate in leadership and business management. I have my national food safety registration. I'm a food trainer for Walmart, teaching people about the business. I do carry a liquor license here in Madison. I've had it in Monona and also the state of Minnesota where I resided. I've really prided myself on, changing my life and helping others learn the business and learn that bad decisions have consequences. In 2010, I sent it in with my application. I did receive accommodations from the FBI office in St. Paul, Minnesota for helping. There was a bank robbery there, helping. They stopped at our store and helping recover some of the money, going through every $1 and $20 bill that came through the building, recovering that for them, and also helping with video surveillance. He was caught on the way to Wisconsin on the highway. With our quick responses, we were able to help out with that, changed his clothes, be able to tell him what he's wearing at that time. So it was really, really grateful that I was able to help them with that process. I've also volunteered at our food pantries in Oregon, Wisconsin, help coach my daughter's soccer team, volunteer for my local church that I go to as many Sundays as I don't work. Just try to mentor people here at the store, like I said, in making the right decision. I have a lot of young associates that work for me that just trying to help them through the right and the wrong of life. And being a member of management here at Walmart, I do have police contact, usually on a regular basis, with them coming in, doing surveillance or helping with credit card frauds. things like that. The reason I'm requesting the pardon today is I really want to further my career and move up in the company and stay with Walmart. It is my career. It does hinder me because I have to have background checks in stores that sell firearms and ammunition, and I can't move to those locations or move up in my career with this on my record.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hessler. I have a question for you. Is it possible that you have some charges from 2004 from Florida relating to issue of worthless checks?
Not that I know of.
Did you ever live in Florida, or?
I did live in Florida for a year.
Okay, but you're not aware of any?
I'm not. I'd have to look into that.
Okay, are there other questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Hessler. As part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support. It's not required, but you did not submit any letters of support from friends or family or employers. Can you explain why not?
I really can't. I sent in the one for the FBI because I thought that was
right. We have that.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
I can receive them if I need be.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pamela Kazasi. All right, I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, so my name is Pamela Kazasi, and I was charged with party to a crime of an uttering in 1995. I believe the crime was committed in 1994. I was really young. I was dumb. I had a boyfriend at the time that was a criminal. He's a thief, and I was very supportive of him and kind of went along with whatever he I did what he wanted me to do. My time, I was sentenced to probation and 5 days in Huber. I was not a very good probation client. I was, I had to go to prison. I was not sentenced there. I went as a alternative to revocation, and I was given a program of in the Division of Intensive Sanctions. So that's no longer a program, but it was very helpful for me because I went to Ellsworth Correctional for 3 months, and I did a drug and alcohol program there. I'm not a drug addict, but I kept getting drug crimes, or I kept getting caught with marijuana. And and I had several possession of marijuana tickets in that time frame, 94, 95, 96, I think even 97. Anyway, I kept getting in trouble, and I went to Ellsworth, and I was terrified. I mean, I was absolutely terrified. I was there for 3 months. I think it was October until January. I received my HSED and my high school diploma there. And I was so scared I've never gone back. It was a terrifying time for me. But it was also very life-changing. I needed to be there. I didn't think that I deserved to be there when I was there, but I quickly realized how much I had in common with people there. It was eye-opening because my excuses for my lifestyle matched theirs. So what scared me the most was, first of all, being there, but also realizing that I was in fact a criminal. I was in the wrong. I was not a victim. I did the things that I did, and I was completely wrong for doing them. So I learned to take accountability there. I learned that it was important to be honest. I learned that, I really did a lot of self-reflection when I was there. And it was very life-changing. And some of those lessons that I've learned, I've carried on to this day, that being, working with integrity and accountability for my actions. So that time frame, when I was on probation, I was not a model prisoner in any way, or not a model probation client in any way. I smoked pot all the time. I had no responsibilities, and I didn't care about anything about. I was just like living for today. Let's see. Since then, I have gone to school for business management at Alverno College. In 2010, I went to school for massage therapy. Then I went to school for acupuncture, and I have a practice in Appleton, Wisconsin. I employ one person right now. I am an active member of my church, Appleton Alliance Church, and I'm a community care provider for veterans. I do my tithing. I donate to a homeless shelter in Oshkosh. I have 2 children. One is in law school, and one is in Marquette Law School, and the other is in the basic training in the Navy. When I originally applied for my pardon, I had heard that I can't attend graduation as a felon. I realized that that's not the truth. I heard that, but my crime was so long ago I can still attend his graduation. But eventually I would like to move. So my other reason for applying is, being able to move and get licensed in other states as an acupuncturist.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I don't think I have anything else right now.
Okay, I'll open it up for questions, Cindy.
Good morning. Just an observation. I was really pleased to see in your application your understanding and discussion about the impact your crime had on the victims. And we don't often see that, but that's exactly the thing we want to see from applicants, that they understand the ripple effect of their crimes and they accept responsibility for it. So just an observation. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it had to be terrifying and feel victimized to open up your bank account and just see money taken out like that. So yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Are there other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time, Ms. Kazasi.
Thank you.
Next, we have Noel Brzezinski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In 2000, I was convicted of a felon in possession of a firearm. I was sentenced to 18 months in prison, but I only did 9 months on humor. I completed my probation. Since then, me and my brother and my dad, we started a family construction business. That was going great, but my brother passed away 5 years ago from an overdose. And then I moved to Washington State, where I currently am now. I do maintenance work for a company out here. I work for the Department of Defense and a Navy base here. I'm involved with my children. They do sports. I do volunteer work at 2 separate places out in Washington. The reason for getting a pardon, I've had a lot of problems getting a good job in Wisconsin. It's easier to get a job in Washington than it is in Wisconsin with a felony. Another reason for getting a pardon is to show my children that if you make a mistake, that you can move on from it, and it doesn't define who you are just because you made one mistake or 2 mistakes many years ago. That you can move on from it and continue to grow, and that's really all I have to say. I'm sorry if it's hard to hear me. Sorry.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Yeah, I've got Good morning, sir. I've got a few questions for you. First of all, can you tell me what happened in 2005 in Waukesha County? There was a domestic abuse restraining order placed against you. What was that about?
Me and my wife were going through a divorce. I didn't. It was a really ugly divorce. It took us 4 years to get divorced. I didn't do anything wrong. She did that so she could get custody of my children, which ended up not happening. We got joint custody, but I didn't even have to go to the hearing. They dismissed the restraining orders.
Okay. And then secondly, in 2007 in Milwaukee County, you got involved in, was originally charged as a felony, misappropriating ID, and then it was amended to theft. What was that situation about?
My daughters were young, and I was on drugs, and I was an alcoholic back then. I ended up opening a credit card in my oldest daughter's name, and I bought a TV, and I can't remember what else. I bought a few things so I can sell them to get money for my drugs.
Okay. So you said you were an alcoholic then. What's your connection to alcohol these days?
I've been clean for 13 years, 14 years now. It's been quite a long time.
Okay.
And I'm currently still in, I go to the methadone clinic. So I have counseling. I have a great family support system, and I've been clean now for that for 6 years now. So.
Okay. And then my last question relates to there's a series of delinquent tax warrants from 2015 and 2021. What are those about?
When me and my brother and my dad had our business, I wasn't aware that he was giving me a 1099 form. I have never gotten one from him. But right now I'm going through a tax service who helps you get rid of your delinquent tax debt. I also have a federal tax too, and I'm working on filing all my old returns because I haven't filed a tax return in like 8 or 9 years now. But right now I have my federal, I'm on a payment plan with them, and I'm currently working on my Wisconsin taxes right now as we speak.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Brzezinski, I have 2 questions. One, the district attorney in Milwaukee County reviewed your application. The governor will make the final decision about your pardon, but the DA's office supports your application. How does that make you feel?
I'm surprised. I've done a lot of immature things in my life, and maybe it took me a little longer to grow up than some other people, but that gives me hope that I can move on.
The second question is, can you briefly explain why it's easier for you to get a job in Washington State than it is in Wisconsin?
My state law, they're only allowed to go back 7 years in Washington for any job. I mean, even the federal, because I work at a military base here, and they can only go back for 7 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Brzezinski. I think in your opening statement, you said you do volunteer work.
Yes.
In your application, you say, I have not engaged in community service or activities outside the home. So
I started my volunteer work in December. I work for I do volunteer. It's called Children of the Nation, where they take like adopted children from all over the world and they bring them here. So I knew maintenance there. And there's a movie theater downtown here that I just recently started doing volunteer work on. I only like change light bulbs and stuff and do minor maintenance stuff, but that one I just started. So I don't know why it doesn't have the other one in my application. I had help filling it out, so I'm not sure why it doesn't have that in there.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Brzezinski.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well. Next, we have Marcus Fenner.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Fenner. I'm currently 43 years old. At the time of possession of THC with the intent to deliver, I was 20 years old. I think in 3 weeks it'll be 20 years since I caught this charge. I was falling on hard times. I was a single parent at the time of my 7-year-old daughter at the time. Now she's 27. But the mother of my child, she didn't want nothing to do with the child. I think I was behind in bills or something like that, so I needed some extra money. So I reached out to a friend, and he offered to send me some marijuana through the mail, which I accepted. Foolish. Since then, I've become a homeowner. My credit score is over 820. I'm in a position right now looking for a new home because the home I live in right now, I'm going to convert it into a adult family home. I have 2 other children now and a granddaughter. I've been at my workplace for General Mills for 17 years. At the time, I'm sure that when I got sentenced, I had asked the courts for forgiveness. But back then, I was in a mind frame of being a product of my environment. So I figured accepting the marijuana and resulting back to things that I used to do in my past was the answer to my solution of getting money for those bills at the time and to help provide for my child. And what I mean by operating under the mind frame that I used to be in is growing up on the south side of Chicago and seeing my brother killed when I was 14 years old. Well, he was 14. He was 16. I was 14 at the time. Seeing my mother being on drugs since the age of 5 all the way up until she recently passed away 2 years ago. Seeing my uncles in and out of jail. Not having my father around till the age of 13. Just seeing things like that, I thought they're resulting to what I grew up seeing and trying to attempt to sell that marijuana was going to be the result of my problems. I've completed like 3 months of alcohol, AA, another 3 months of a class called Choices, which helps you refrain from criminal thinking and criminal activities. I completed a 3-month course of that, which really helped me. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fenner. I have a question for you. There's a case in Outagamie County from 2010. It looks like it was felony child abuse that was amended down to a disorderly conduct. Could you explain the circumstances of that?
Yes, I had, I think in 2009, my daughter came back to live with me, the same daughter that was in the apartment when I first got arrested in 2004. She wasn't behaving properly, so I disciplined her, I spanked her, but there was no bruises or nothing on her. There was nothing wrong with her. She just wanted to go back and live with her mom because the rules in my household, she was becoming a teenager, so she wasn't trying to abide by the rules in my home. She was smoking cigarettes and doing things like that. And the only reason there was conviction of a disorderly conduct because I had hired legal counsel for that. And she told me that even if you raise your voice at a person, it's considered a disorderly conduct. So it was no way to kind of beat that charge. And the district attorney didn't want to throw it out. So I just accepted the charge.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Fenner. You've heard me ask other applicants this perhaps, but as part of the process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support from family, friends, employers, and you chose not to submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
Well, I have no family in Wisconsin beside my children right now. I didn't even ask no one for any letters of recommendation, nothing like that. I don't know if I missed it on the application or I don't even remember seeing it, honestly, but I didn't ask no one.
I know, why not?
I don't even think I remember seeing something that says, say it, I don't think.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Morning, sir. Mr. Fenner, I got a couple of things. One, looks like you got arrested for battery domestic abuse in 2005, but that was ultimately you were only convicted of obstructing or resisting an officer. What happened in that situation?
Well, it wasn't a battery. There's also the mother of my child, my oldest child, the one that was in the apartment from 2004. This was 2005. After I got out of jail, 30 days after I got out of jail, I took custody of my daughter again because her mom didn't want her. So I had found a new girlfriend at the time. The mother of my child showed up to my apartment and tried to enter my apartment. I wouldn't let her in. The police arrived. She claimed that I assaulted her, which wasn't true. The police asked me, did I have anything to drink that day? I told them no, I was drinking. So that's how I got the obstructing. But the battery was later dropped because there was no truth to that.
It looked like, I mean, you were on probation when all of these things happened.
Yes.
Right? And you got turned over to your probation officer and they didn't ultimately revoke you, correct?
No, they didn't revoke me. I ended up having to do the AA class because of that, because the obstructing came from me telling the police that I didn't have nothing to drink, and I did have something to drink that night.
Okay. Are you on Facebook?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So it looks like you posted something on Facebook that said that America can accept a transgendered person who changed their sex, but not a felon who changed their mindset. What?
It must have been something I shared from someone else, but I can't speak on it.
I mean, I'm not saying you wrote it. It may be something that you just liked or put on your Facebook page. I'm just wondering what was causing you to feel that way? Were you having some effect of your felony conviction that you were experiencing?
No, not honestly, because since my felony conviction, my life hasn't like been downhill since then or nothing like that. I think actually that 3-month course I took called Choices helped me a lot as far as my criminal thinking and mainly the trickle effect of the decisions I make, how it hurts other people. Not so more myself, but the things that like it disrupts a lot of people's lives if something happens to me, and I'm the main caregiver of. Like I said, I had custody of my daughter at the time. When the police kicked in my door, seeing her witness something like that really kind of messed me up in the head a little bit. As far as I figured like I was less of a man. I shouldn't allow something like that to happen. Or I shouldn't continue to make the excuses of being a product of my environment when I was younger to make me make decisions that are criminal, actually, and it can lead down a long road. Thank God that things have been on the up and up for me as far as my credit score. I'm a homeowner. I'm in the process of looking for another home. I teach my kids financial literacy, and financial stability and things like that. And being granted a pardon can also teach them entrepreneurship, because I don't plan on working for someone for the rest of my life. So having that can help me, get certain licenses to, be a caregiver, or like with transforming my home into this adult family home. I'm quite sure, even if a client looks at my felony record to see that it's been forgiven, it can possibly help down the long run.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing there are no other questions, thank you for your time, Mr. Fenner.
You're always welcome.
Next, we have Emmett Gee.
Hi. Can you hear me or see me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you.
Okay, let me see if I can figure that out.
Now we can see you.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, so I will give you the floor.
All right, thank you guys for hearing me today. I was convicted of receiving stolen property back in 1996. At the time, I was working for the state of Wisconsin. It was 3 years later before the matter went to trial. I requested a jury trial at the time. I wasn't completely honest about details of the crime at that time, and ended up being found of crime at the time. My sentence was 2 years probation. Everything went well with the probation. I successfully completed that. Anything related to that. Since after getting applied for another job, I was working, you can say, both jobs up until that time. And then I've been at it for 25 years now. Since then, pretty much working every day. Hobbies keep me busy, long hours, raising grandkids and mentoring people in the community, counseling people in the community as well. Just pretty much staying busy. And far as a reason for seeking a pardon, the conviction hasn't affected me in any way yet. But as I go through life, I know I'll probably end up applying for a different job or something at some point in time, and it may come up as an issue then. I would also like to travel to Canada one day, and by being a felon, they don't let you in Canada. Also, it's been 25 years since the arrest, or since the conviction rather, and you take that with the 26 years before the arrest. I think that's ample time to judge my character. I haven't had any police contact since then. So that's the reason I'm seeking a pardon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gee. I'll kick off the questions. I see that at the time of your discharge, you owed $4,500 in restitution. Did you pay that?
I wasn't aware that I owed anything. Usually they would have extended the probation, so no, I wasn't aware of that.
It looks like at the time that you were ordered to pay $6,100 in restitution. And so it sounds like you did pay down some of that, but there was $4,500 outstanding.
Okay, I've never heard from the Department of Corrections about anything after the sentence or about restitution, so I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Gee? Cindy?
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Gee. You probably heard me ask the previous applicant this, but you also chose not to submit any letters of support with your application. Can you tell us why not?
I probably could have submitted 100 letters as far as that go. I just chose not to do it because it was something that I got into that I accept the responsibility for. So I believe it's on me to either persuade you guys or show you guys that I've changed since then, and just chose not to do any letters of recommendation.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
I just want to follow up on this restitution thing. So you do you recall being ordered at the time of your sentencing to pay $6,000 in restitution? Remember
I'm not
that?
sure of the dollar amount at that time.
Well,
there was an order, yes, but I'm not sure of the dollar amount.
Does that sound about right? $6,100?
Yes, it could have been, yes.
Okay. And then while you were on probation for 3 years, did you pay restitution?
Yes, I was on probation. I thought it was for 2 years, but yes, I paid during that time.
Okay, 2 years. And how much were you paying in restitution?
That I don't know. The PO established a monthly payment amount, and whatever it was, I paid that amount each month.
Okay. And do you know who the restitution was going to?
No, I'm assuming the guy who purchased the car, but I'm sure who it was going to.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Hancock, did you have a question?
Right, I have a couple of questions. You've heard me say this before, I think, that the governor will make the final decision about your pardon, but both the judge in Milwaukee County and the Milwaukee County DA support your application for a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I would probably say surprised. Like I said, during the trial, things didn't go well. I know I irritated him, pissed him off. So to hear that he supports it, nice.
Good. And then, as I read the police report, when you were arrested, you'd been involved with 3 cars that had their VIN numbers changed. Is that right?
There were 2 cars. One of the car, I was at the time learning to work on cars. There was a car that was parked on a shop lot for a few years. I will stop by there and to ask the guy if he wanted to sell the car. This is the first one. At first, he didn't want to sell it, and I stopped by again and asked him about selling it because I wanted to fix it. So he ended up selling me the car. I brought it home, parked it behind the house, never got around to working on it. And my girlfriend at the time had a car. She was on her way to work, and a guy jumped in front of the car and said, "This is his car." And it freaked her out. So they ended up following up with her, but the car was parked by my house. So those were the other 2 cars that you're referring to. It sort of all fell on me. It was her, but I answered the question, all fell on me. Use those 2 cars for the conviction later for the 3rd car.
And you said that you were naive about all that.
Yes.
And there was just sort of bad luck.
It was taken out of context. It was related to a question that was asked for the first 2 cars, and it was used at the trial for the conviction. So it wasn't said during the trial that I had cars. It was after the first 2 cars. It offers me to explain how do you end up with 2 stolen cars or something like that. And I said, I guess bad luck. So it was related to the first 2 cars, but I wasn't charged with those 2. It was the 3rd one. So that state was applied to the 3rd car as the reason or whatever.
But before all this happened, you have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Marquette,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yes.
And this was still just bad luck?
No, I wouldn't say it was bad luck. It was bad choices on my part. I definitely accept the responsibility for it. I let the kids down that I was working with and family.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, there. Thank you for your time, Mr. B.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Joseph Luhan Jr.
Yep, I am here.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. I want to thank Governor Ehlers Pardon Advisory Board for this opportunity to be heard. It means a great deal to my family and me. I'm super nervous. I think this is one of the most important hearings or interviews that I've had since my first date with my wife. So bear with me. I'm hoping to be pardoned of my 3 Class C felonies. I was convicted March 8, 2001 of possession of THC with intent to deliver and sentenced 30 days in county jail and 2 years probation. I was also convicted for 2 more felonies, June 6, 2005, possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, as well as manufacture and deliver cocaine. I was sentenced to 5 years, probation, AODA counseling, suspended license. On October 18, 2000, at 18 years old, after being stopped and searched by police for matching the description of a person of interest, my vehicle was searched where a half ounce of marijuana and drug paraphernalia was found. What led me to these poor choices was 8 months earlier, my high school principal and counselor called me into the office and told me that I should leave high school, pursue my HSCD, and gain full-time employment because me and my girlfriend at the time were expecting a baby. My son was born April 24, 2000, who's now a pharmacy tech, has his own little family. I have 2 grandkids. So I left, worked at a grocery store, working minimum wage. That put a lot of stress on our families. We had to go back and forth from our parents' houses. So we didn't want to be a burden. So I kept trying to pursue employment with better wages, which in turn led me to the Ho-Chunk Nation and a construction company that was funded by the Ho-Chunk Nation. I had a start date, put in my 2 weeks, but the Friday before my start date, they gave me a call and told me that I wouldn't be able to start and they wouldn't know when I'd be able to start. So started my first string of bad choices. I decided that I would sell marijuana until the construction company was able to bring me on. I got arrested before that was able to happen, but I ended up working for this construction company in between my charges and my sentencing, and was able to obtain a home for me and my family. But shortly after that, the company lost its funding completely and closed down. But I was fortunate enough to work at Walmart Distribution Center. Fast forward, July 21st, 2004, I was charged with possession with intent to distribute cocaine, felony possession of a firearm, possession of drug paraphernalia, manufacture and deliver cocaine. My friend, whom I sold cocaine to, was working as a confidential informant with the Monroe County Sheriff's Department and assisted them in arresting me. What led to these strings of unfortunate choices was after working at Walmart Distribution Center, I had lost my job for unknowingly violating attendance policy and not having a job, being a convicted felon. It was hard for me to find employment. So I ended up, while looking for employment, being a stay-at-home father with my son. And then me and his mother split in early 2003. So I was back at my parents' house, no employment, and just watching my son living off of my parents. I did eventually end up gaining employment with Fort McCoy kitchen personnel. This was a couple of years after 9/11. So a lot of their mess halls were reactivated. And then I think that lasted 4 months before they started becoming deactivated. It was a stressful time because every week we'd go to look at the schedule, and it was like a tryout list. You'd see if you're on a schedule or not. I actually made it, a lot further than a lot of other people getting hired. But then I find myself jobless again, 21-year-old convicted felon, and who within that time, within a year, ended up racking 4 more charges. Basic high school education, things were not looking up for me. The money that I saved by working at Fort McCoy was starting to dwindle and made me nervous. So I started selling cocaine. In between getting caught and my sentencing, I had met my ex-wife, and she had become pregnant with my daughter. I was scared that I wouldn't have been there for her birth. She was born July 18th, 2005, and she's currently in her second year at UW La Crosse for political science and anthropology. On June 6th is when I was convicted, completed my sentencing. I've tried to live my life in a better light since then for my children, specifically my daughter. It was very important for me to be there for her and for all my kids. And I now have 5 kids. Me and my current wife, we just had our little guy last June. He's 15 months old. So being a homeowner, and it's been over 20 years since 20 plus years since any of my convictions, maintain full-time employment, and just try to pay everything forward. I feel very blessed, even with the felony, and I feel like that is not the type of person that I am. When I was preparing for this, it just boggled my mind. I couldn't believe, I didn't recognize that person anymore, to be honest with you. And it was very weird to kind of relive all that. And I felt like I was talking about a stranger. And I feel like the felony conviction is a lifelong sentence. And I feel that I have worked really hard to not be that person anymore and feel branded. And the only way for me to fully transition is to kind of close this chapter. Like, this is an extended chapter that should have been closed long time ago. I didn't think that I was deserving, to be honest with you, because of the things that I did was illegal. I made those choices. I'm not blaming anybody but myself. But I feel that I've made a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes in my life, to where I thought that, if the universe bestows it on me, that I'd be able to get this pardon granted.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board? I see Noble, you have your hand up.
Yes. Mr. Luhan, could you please describe kind of what all was going on that necessitated the need for the firearms, a semi-automatic? I guess you reported a AK-47. What all was taking place during that time period? Understanding drugs were involved, but for you, what specifically was taking place?
Can you elaborate on the AK-47, sir?
There's one stated that the confidential point that also it's report that you stated that did you have an AK-47?
No, my roommate at the time, me and my cousin were staying together, and he had a rifle in his room. The AK-47, that was the confidential informant.
Okay.
He had an AK-47. I think he was.
Did you have a firearm during the time that you were involved in drug dealing?
No, my cousin had a firearm for, I believe, hunting. I was a felon at that time, so I did not have a firearm, no.
Okay, so you never possessed firearms during that period of time, or never engaged in it, or never connected with anyone with firearms?
I knew my cousin had a firearm. That was my mistake when we were living together. Like, I should have known better. I should have had him have that out. So no, to answer your question, no. I don't know. I feel like a lot of that, between the confidential informant and then my interview, a lot of it seemed to be, especially for him, I think he had a lot to lose, was fabricated to make, I don't know, to make his case better or make me look worse than what I really was, if that makes sense.
Could so what you're saying, that he fabricated the story to make himself look better? What part of the story was he fabricating?
I think when he was talking about firearms and talking about AK-47s, I think he was trying, at that time, if I remember correctly, he was trying to sell me firearms, the AK-47 and a handgun, I believe.
Just one follow-up question. So you believe that he was trying to sell you the firearm? Why would he?
It was 20 years ago, and when it was a weird situation when he was in there, and I know that he had previously, before that, me and my brother-in-law, he tried to sell him an AK-47. I think he was trying to sell me an AK-47 as well at that time when he was in there. So I think he was just bringing up a bunch of random stuff, trying to get me to, I don't know, buy a gun and make it look like I was dealing in firearms as well, which I was not.
Okay. But you and your brother-in-law tried to sell him a firearm?
No, he tried to sell my brother-in-law a firearm, an AK-47.
Okay, but you never tried to sell any?
No, never.
Okay.
I did not deal in firearms. Like I said, my cousin had firearm in his room. I should have walked with it from there, but no, I never bought nor sold firearms.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Cindy, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Lujan. So you had a 2002 a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, 2003 a misdemeanor bail jumping and resisting, 2006 misdemeanor battery, domestic violence repeater. What were those crimes about?
So the 2002 battery, I was with my son's mom at the time. Her and I and my cousin and his girlfriend at the time, we were walking through a parking lot. I was ahead of my cousin and his girlfriend, and there was an empty car space and then the car, and there was another group walking towards us. When we met Pat, I was on the right side of the car, they're on the left side of the car. And then they end up, one of the guys in the group ended up getting in a fight with my cousin. We broke it up, we left, got arrested, and I wasn't saying anything, he wasn't saying anything, so we both got charged. I did not know that it would come with a 60-day jail sentence and another year of probation. And so that was in 2002. And then in early 2003, me and my son's mom, we had split up. And then I was heartbroken and had just turned 21. So those bail jumpings consist of being caught drinking when I wasn't supposed to be, out in the bars, were the bail jumpings. One of them was, that I remember specifically, I was in the car with a bunch of friends, and we were all smoking marijuana. And then we went from one town to the next, and then stopped at a house. And then one of the people that was driving wanted to go to the store. So I went with him. We got pulled over. His taillight was out. That's why we got pulled over. When they rolled down the window, they smelled a bunch of marijuana. and I got bail jumping because they thought I was lying to them. He said that the marijuana, the cigarette was in an ashtray. So when they come to look, they looked in the car ashtray. It wasn't in there. I didn't know what ashtray they were talking about because this is when we had all smoked on the way up. So I didn't know where the marijuana cigarette was at that time. He had a portable ashtray that he kept in his car, and that's where it was. So whomever was in the back, whoever had it last, that's where it was. So they thought I was lying, and I got a bail jumping for that, and 2 bail jumpings on innocent because they thought I was lying, and for smoking marijuana. And then in 2006, with my ex-wife, my daughter's mother, 3 of my children's mother, we were living together, and I don't know why it would have been a repeater, to be honest with you, but we were living together and we were having an argument. I had my son at the time, so he was 6, and my niece who was 6, and then my 1-year-old daughter who was there. And when the argument started to get heated, I tried to leave. I don't like to have heated discussions or arguments in front of my children. I don't want to think that as normal. So I try to remove myself from the situation. And when I did that, she tried to block me, like she didn't want to leave. And so I walked through, and she called the police saying that I pushed her. I did not push her. I just tried to get through, loaded up my kids, went to my mom's house, and that's where they arrested me. And that's where all those stem. And something, I wish would have never happened. That's one of the reasons why, we are no longer together. It was just our perceptions of family life and the way things are different.
One more question. So in between your offenses, you were working for the Walmart distribution center, and then you got fired, and that's when you decided to sell cocaine. You say in your statement, and again today, you said you unknowingly violated their attendance policy. How does someone unknowingly violate an attendance policy of an employment?
So they have an attendance policy where if you're 5 minutes late, 15 minutes late, or you, I think it's 15 minutes late, you're considered like absent, or if you miss work. And they give you steps. So they go all the way to step 3. And then, so step 1, you kind of get a notice. Step 2, you get a notice. Step 3, you get a day off with pay to think about whether you want to be there or not. And I believe there's a time frame, 6 months, that goes by that any of these steps, the things to acquire the steps, they'll get wiped off. And so I had gotten to step 3, where it was a day off with pay, and went to work, and then I was fine after that. After a while, 6 months went by, and some of those got wiped off. But then I had gotten another step 3 within a year, and that was what I did not understand at that time. I should have read the handbook, but you cannot have 2 step 3s within a year. That's automatic termination. So if I would have known that, I wouldn't have allowed myself to get a step 3.
So you were fired for being consistently late to work.
Yeah, it was weekend shift. Early in the morning, I got to be work at 4. I was young with a young kid. So yes, at that time, I made a rash of just irresponsible decisions. Like I said, when I was preparing for this, I was ashamed and disappointed, and I felt sorry for that kid, and I wish I could go back and tell him that everything's going to be all right, and tell him to, the easy road is not the best road, and that just have faith and work hard, and everything will be okay. I wish I could tell that kid now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
I want to talk about the domestic violence battery conviction that was a repeater. You pled guilty to that charge, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in order for the state to prove a repeater, you had to have had 2 or more domestic violence convictions before that one. But it had to be at least your 3rd. in order for them to charge you with a repeater.
And I don't know, to be honest with you, I mean, in my record, when I look, I don't have any, I can't recall any time that I've ever had a domestic charge. Within that case, I think they tried to charge me twice. One as battery, and then I believe
disorderly conduct.
Yeah, and I think those were all domestic, so I think that was why it was repeater, because it was read in
No.
and dismissed.
No. So
So
you were convicted of a disorderly conduct in 2002 that you told us involved the mother of your of your child. So that would be at least one. And
Yeah.
then 2003, you had some bail jumping charges that maybe were domestic violence related. And then the 2006 one would be a third. Does that sound more accurate?
The 2002 was not with my son's mother. That was with a fight between my cousin and another group. That when I didn't say anything, then that's when I got charged with.
All right, and I just want to go back to the firearm thing. The closet in the house you're living with your
cousin. Correct.
That's where there was an M14 was hanging in the closet.
Correct.
Okay. And that's why you got charged with the felon in possession of a firearm.
Correct.
And you allowed that to be read into your conviction of the other charge.
I mean, I felt like, to be honest with you, having a public defender, I don't know, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to not have that read in. You know,
and according
I
to
was 20, 21, 22 years old and very naive, sir. I felt like no matter what I did, I thought my life was over. Just having this felony conviction and drug conviction, to be honest with you, I thought that my life was over, and I didn't, you know, I didn't have any fight. I did not have any fight.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Luhan, the judge in Monroe County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. The final decision will be up to the governor. But how does that support make you feel?
Made me feel real good. I remember getting that letter and just being super ecstatic and very happy. It felt like a good omen, a good sign. I was very thankful and grateful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Luhan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeffrey Smith. Mr. Smith, I see, looks like you are present.
Yes.
And we can hear you, but we cannot see you.
I don't.
They can hear you.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Okay, just one moment, Mr. Smith. Right now we have another pardon board member joining us. Joining us now is Reverend John McVicker Sr. He's the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee. He additionally serves as board chairman for King's Academy Christian School and is an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. Mr. Smith, you may proceed.
My name is Jeffrey Smith, and I'm here trying to get a pardon for my two felons. And I guess the guy that did them felons that I got now, he been gone. So the fleeing from the officer, I did it. I went about 5 blocks and I got pulled over. And at the time, they said I was the first person that got arrested and charged with a felon for fleeing from an officer. He said if they would have got me a week before that, it wouldn't even been a felony, but that's what happened. And I meant I did it. I was young and kind of stupid, pulled off on the police when they pulled me over, and I got caught. And that's what happened with that one. Now, the second one, it's like I worked at UWM, and they were sending us mail, and I got mail from another person, but it was in Jeffrey A. Smith name, but it wasn't me, and I knew it wasn't me. And I ended up using the information to buy a couple of outfits and bought a phone, and that was that one. And I admit to it, like I said, the person who did that he kind of gone a long time ago, but I admit I did it, and I was wrong for doing it, and it just wasn't right, and I understand that.
Okay, Mr. Smith. Oh, did you have more?
Yeah, and I did a lot of volunteer work for the Elks Club and the Cancer Center, the Vince Lombardi Center. I ended up with cancer, but after I went through my chemo and my radiation treatment, I went back to help the people in the chemo, during the chemo sessions, because I had a lot of strength afterward, and I went back and helped, and every now and then still go back and help with the people that's going through the chemo treatment. I kind of lost the feeling in my feet and part of my legs and my hands, but I'm okay. But I do a lot of like helping the people in my building. I got a note posted on the pole downstairs in the building for anybody that want rides. And I just took people grocery shopping, 6 people yesterday and the day before. And anybody that asks, I take them, and I don't charge them. Just they want to go grocery shopping, cash their checks. They don't have nobody else to help them, and I help them out every month like that. I live in Houghton Terrace, and that's my thing. I got a heart for stuff like that. With my cancer, I might not live too much longer, but I help people when I can. And I worked all my life too. I meant to say I worked all my life in different cleaning companies and stuff like that. Been constantly working since the felons. No police contacts or nothing, but with one of my ex-girlfriends. Other than that, that's it. I had no real police contact or nothing.
Okay, I'll open it up to the board for questions.
Okay.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Smith, are you still working for the Shorewood Police Department?
No. I work for the Sherwood Police Department and Greenfield Police Department.
Oh, okay. Are you still doing that?
No, I got diagnosed with cancer and I had to stop because I had these long chemo treatments and radiation treatments, and after
but that's going well. Your treatments are going well.
So far so good. Well, it got to the point where I can't really get around real good no more because the chemo affected my feet and my hands and my legs really bad. So other than that, I got the numbness in the fingers, my hands, and my feet feel like needles are sticking in the bottom of my feet now when I walk. So
wow, sorry to hear that, but you were working in 2 police departments. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And my second question is, the DA's office in Milwaukee County reviewed your application, and the governor will make the final decision. But how does that support make you feel?
Really good, because like I said, the person that did the things I did with them felons, he been gone a long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith, I see a 2011 arrest for misdemeanor intentionally pointing a firearm at a person.
No, you got the wrong person.
Okay, you did not have an arrest in 2011.
No. Hey, see, now I have been arrested. I got arrested, and it was for another Jeffrey Smith. No, not me. Never no firearms or drugs or stuff like that. Never done stuff like that. And if it was me, I would admit it. No, not me.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions for Mr. Smith? Okay, well, thank you for your time.
All right, thanks a lot.
Our last applicant of the morning is Tracy Barkus.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I wrote this down so I wouldn't forget everything I needed to say. So, hi, I'm Tracy Barkus. I was convicted of 2 felonies in 2004 and 2005. I had put my car up for sale on the internet and received 2 checks that were more than I was asking for. I took the first one to my bank and asked them to verify the check for me, and they made the calls to the issuing bank and they cleared it. It's good to go. You know, so I cashed it. And then the second one, I was going to throw it away, but one of my friends was begging me for money for gifts for his kids for Christmas. So he persuaded me enough that I signed it over to him. I wrote pay to the order of and wrote his name and gave it to him. I had no involvement after that. So he went and cashed it, did whatever he did. But since my name was on there, it fell back onto me. So I was charged with issuance of a forgery for the first check, which is a Class H felony, and received 5 years probation. For the second check, I was charged with theft party to a crime that is also a Class H felony. I received 3 years probation along with 90 days of jail as a condition of probation. During that time, I spent almost 2 years in 3 different county jails because I was already on probation for issuance of worthless checks, my own checks. And I had gotten revoked in 3 different counties. I had 3 very young kids at the time. I was very bad with money and very stupid out writing checks at places like Walmart and things, and didn't think I could get into any trouble. And I'm like, okay, I'll just, whatever. If I get in trouble, I'll just get on probation. Yeah. And then I learned real hard that that was very bad to do. So I stepped foot out of the jail on November 18th, 2006, and then I completed my entire probation without any infractions after I got out of jail. In 2009, I was let off the first probation, then 2010, I believe, the second one. And since that day, I was charged with that second felony in the beginning of January 2005. I have not gotten into any trouble with the law. I haven't gotten a seatbelt ticket, speeding ticket, nothing in almost 20 years. I've also had the same bank account since 2006 when I got out, and I have not one time bounced a check in all these years since then. I learned my lesson. In 2010, I attended college and I attained my associate's degree in healthcare administration, and I was actually in the hospital giving birth to a child and doing my finals at the same time and managed to get my degree. I have 10 kids. 7 of them are my biological kids, including a set of triplet boys. I am also the proud meme out of 5 grandbabies, and my triplets dad and I have been together since 2013 and married since 2016. As for work, I began working for the newspaper because I had felonies and things, and that was about all I could find. So I started delivering for the paper very shortly after I was released from jail in 2006. I worked there until late 2013. I had to quit because I was 20 weeks pregnant with triplets and I had to go on bed rest. I knew it'd be a long time before I could work out of the home, so I had to find something to bring in money. I taught myself how to coupon and began a Facebook group to teach others. I also became an Amazon affiliate. I made money by teaching others how to save money. I did that for years up until the pandemic hit and the stores all shut down, so we couldn't, go anymore. After that, I used my tax money to buy wholesale product and started selling product online in my own group and on Poshmark. I am still a stay-at-home mom to my triplets, who are now 10, and my 14-year-old daughter. One of my triplets has severe autism and needs care 24/7. I spent my entire adult life being a mom. One of the reasons I applied for this pardon is because I would like to get out of the house and have a career now that my kids are in school full-time. I've been doing this mom thing for 25 years. So I do want to put to use my degree that I earned back in 2010 because I haven't been able to do anything with that, and work in healthcare administration, which you cannot get that type of job with felonies on your record. And one of the other things for applying for the pardon is my 2 triplet sons, not the autistic one. They're very interested in hunting. My whole family is full of hunters. And even when we go to family get-togethers, they'll be out there shooting targets. I'll see a gun come out and I'm like, I can't be here, gotta go. I cannot be around any of that. And they want to go with their grandpa and their uncle, and our whole family has done that for decades, and their dad works second shift. So when they become 12, they want to take hunter safety, and it's going to have to be me that takes them and stuff. And I don't want them to have to miss out because of something that is their mom's fault, you know? And that's basically my entire story.
Thank you, Ms. Barkus.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you about restitution. So it looks like at the time of your sentencing, you were ordered to pay $17,000 in restitution.
Yeah.
Could you tell me, have you paid restitution? It looks like there's also a civil judgment for unpaid restitution, so I'd like to know where that stands.
Yeah, they did take money from my taxes. I did pay restitution the entire time that I was on probation after I got out of jail, of course. And I've looked it up and stuff, and it says that it was full satisfaction, and they've taken my they took tax money and everything. And then the second one, the theft one, that's the one that was party to a crime. He was supposed to pay half of that, but since he hasn't been paying, it still falls back on me because we're together on that case. So whatever's left on there, I don't know. That one also said full satisfaction when I looked into it. So I don't know if he paid his or not. You're muted.
Sorry. Are there other questions for Ms. Barkus? Judge Kremers.
Yeah, I want to follow up on this restitution because there was a civil judgment against you in Columbia County that still says you owe over about $3,700.
Yep, that's the Columbia County. That's joint with him that he was supposed to pay that half. I paid the other half, but it still falls back on me because he has not paid anything towards it, I guess.
Right. So you haven't paid that though.
No, I paid my portion of it.
And separate from the 17,000, you're also supposed to pay 9,000 in the checks for your car situation, right?
I'm not exactly sure what that is.
Well, you had two checks that you took part in cashing, one for an overpayment of your car, which I have my own questions about that situation, and then a separate second check you got that you gave to a friend or signed over to a friend. And for that, the total restitution was $9,000.
That was the one in Columbia County. There was one in Sauk and one in Columbia. Okay. Columbia is the one that was with him, Brian Bowman.
All right. And the Sauk County case where you were ordered to pay $17,000, you say you've paid $17,000?
I paid what I paid on restitution when I was on probation for the restitution. And then they did take my taxes for a few years.
No. Do you think you've paid $17,000?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably at least 10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay, thank you for your time, Ms. Barkus.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that is our last applicant of the morning. Now the board will be moving into closed session pursuant to WSStat section 1985 sub 1A, 1D, and 1F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case which is before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, and for purposes of considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Is there a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, the first was Chief Ray, and who is the second? Sorry.
Judge Kramer.
Okay, Judge Kremers. Okay. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, we will move into closed session. And I'll pause a moment for our staff to remove the live stream.
Hello? Hello?
Hi. Hi there. Just one moment before we get started.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, I know my name says Sherry Witkowski, but my name is Nathan Castro. I didn't know how to change the name over, but I'm using my friend's computer. Apologize about that.
No problem. No problem. Thanks for noting that. No problem. I think some of our staff have changed it for you. So with that, I believe everyone has been admitted to the Zoom and we are live streaming. So good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon session of the Pardon Advisory Board. I am Leslie Freehill, Deputy Legal Counsel for Governor Evers. I will now introduce the other Pardon Board members who are joining me. First, we have Anthony Cooper Sr. He's the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January 2021. Next, we have Reverend Jerry Hancock. He's the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, deputy district attorney, and an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. Next, joining us is Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to the Pardon Board. He served as the Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years. He retired in 2018. Reverend John McVicker Sr. is the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee. He additionally serves as board chairman for King's Academy Christian School and is an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. And last but not least, we have Cindy O'Donnell, who served as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. A few housekeeping items before we begin. First, as I mentioned, this hearing is being live streamed on Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. Please keep yourselves mute and off video until it is your turn to speak. This will help us to ensure the video and audio quality. If you run into IT issues, please don't worry. Someone from our staff will give you a phone call and the board will return to your hearing once the issues are resolved. We will call people up in the order listed on the open meetings notice. You will have 5 minutes to share your story and answer the questions we sent in advance of the meeting. The questions are a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and a brief statement about why you think you should receive a pardon. The board may or may not ask questions about your application. Please do not read into this and be assured that the board has reviewed your full application materials. Once the board is done asking questions, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone is heard this afternoon, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present. From there, the governor will either accept or reject that recommendation. Either way, you will be notified of the outcome in about a month or two from today. So with that, we will start with our first applicant of the afternoon, Jason Familetti.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Familetti. We are able to hear you, but we cannot see you.
Hang on a second. Better?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, my name is Jason Familetti. I had a unfortunate events that led me here today. I made some bad decisions when I was 17, breaking and entering into some establishments that were closed, and I guess really no excuse for my behavior then. It was something wrong, and I guess I felt like I was invincible, and really didn't think about the consequences that were, you know, going to affect the rest of my life, whether it be, you know, job quests, getting further advancement in my company and career, participating in voting, kind of wondering like if my votes do count. Obviously, the rights to bear arms, all of those privileges that go with that, and just the overwhelming weight of having this label on my record for so long. And it's just one of the biggest regrets of my life. And I finally kind of got the courage enough to do something about it, or at least inquire about it. So, you know, I feel like I've, you know, paid the debts to society, and hopefully completed my punishment before, you know, it's a entire life sentence of having a felony on my record. So that's what brings me here to you guys today. I would like to hopefully get it expunged, just for that, you know, freedom, obviously, and not to have that label going further in my life, you know, whether it be employment opportunities for me, you know, youth hunting, you know, recreational. I'd like to do that with my daughter someday. And I guess that's something that's really important to me. So that's really what brought me here. As for the things that I've been doing since then, I've held a job, made a career out of it, as a skilled tradesman, worked my way up into a role that has been a superintendent for a local contractor, and really have pretty much turned my life around in all aspects of, you know, the right and wrong path of life. You know, it's definitely something that I did when I was young, and again, I just didn't realize the consequences. again, no excuse for it though. It's just been a tough road to have. So I'm hopefully I'll be able to be free from that, depending on the outcome here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Familetti. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm just curious, you apparently were given an opportunity to avoid any conviction here with the deferred prosecution agreement. What happened?
I got into it was a verbal I guess conflict at a restaurant, and it was pretty much juvenile stuff. Like I go back to that night that that happened, and I feel like embarrassed because obviously that really was the turning point for me to get convicted there. And I had I didn't realize, like, hey, this is almost there. I've almost met my, my terms with this. And it was pretty much two kids that were mouthing off to each other. And, what was said was just ridiculous. I mean, it was a verbal confrontation, and it turned really bad because obviously that broke my plea bargain to kind of have a lesser charge, not something that was going to follow me the rest of my life. And again, I blew it. I really did. And that was one of the things that I keep going back to that. It's like I was so close to not having this on my record, and I wasn't able to figure that out. I'm just kind of
okay.
Kind of frustrated,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Reverend Hancock.
You've made a pretty impressive career as a carpenter. And now are you still working for Krupp?
Yeah, yes, I am.
And in that career path, how would a pardon help you in that career?
Well, one, I don't know if my employer knows. Like I said, I think I've always left this blank. If there was always something on an application saying, "Are you a convicted felon?" I've left that blank. And I figure if I get to the stage of actually having a conversation with somebody and they want to ask, then I will obviously come clean and say, this is me, this is my cards on the table, and hopefully have that conversation then. I don't know. I think that there's a possibility that they might not, they might look at it as, hey, this is a blemish in your history that happened a really long time ago. Or they might say, hey, we don't have, we can't promote you, or we can't, continue employing you because of this. I want to say that they would probably be loyal because I've been obviously loyal to them for the last 12 years. But there's always that in the back of my head, like, if they have found out, would they say, hey, you got to, pack your bags and find a different position? Or if they would be kind and forgive me for just, not having that conversation. And also I do kind of think that if they did accept it, I do think that maybe it would be well, that person has a bad past we may promote somebody else because of his past. So like I said, I can't confirm that for sure, but you know, I think I work for a decent company, and I'm hoping we could have a conversation and still continue, you know, my employment with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? I have a quick one. You had disclosed in your application a 2014 OWI. Can you describe for me your relationship with alcohol now?
Yeah. So I will have some cocktails on my deck on the weekend. I'm not so much a I call it school nights, work nights, whatever. I'm not so much a drinker on the weekdays because I just don't want it to ever affect like anything. So I kind of just, I don't really get involved having drinks during the week, but Friday or Saturday night, if my wife walks up to me and, hey, here you go, have a drink or whatever, I will obviously enjoy that. I don't have, I know that I don't have a history of an alcohol problem. I think it's because I'm more social. Like last night, I knew I had off today. I took the day off. There was nothing that I wanted to have a drink. I mean, I think I fell asleep at about 8:30 last night. So it's just one of those things where it's like I can take it or leave it. It's something that I either associate with either my wife. Since then, I have vowed to not drink and drive anymore to myself because that's a path that I knew too well was it wasn't going to be a good path to go down. I've been there. I've been in the jails and stuff. You know, I've been down that road when I was younger. So I'm like, I really have to make some better decisions. So yes, that was a turning point as well. Like, hey, this is a foolish thing to do. And since then I don't get behind the wheel after drinks anymore because of the seriousness. I also have, you know, a family now as well. So I don't want that life for my child growing up. I don't want to have her associate that with dad. So those are the things that are really important to me now. And, you know, there's nothing that's going to jeopardize that. So.
Okay, thank you. Are there
Yeah.
any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Familetti.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next, we have Pamela Nisa.
Hello?
Yes, we are able to hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. I'm trying to start the video. Okay, I think it's going. Okay.
Okay, I'll give you the floor.
Okay, my name is Pamela Nisa. I am here seeking a pardon for 2 criminal convictions I have from 1993 and 1994. They were both burglaries. The first one, I didn't enter the establishment, but I drove my co-defendants to the establishment. They broke in, stole some items, and I drove them back home. The second one was a friend of mine and I entered a home without permission and stole some items, like a TV, and some other things. And there are other convictions I have as well, but I couldn't find them going back because they were from so long ago. They may have started out as a felony, but were reduced to misdemeanors and are now off the record or off. Like even the courthouses couldn't find some of them. So I don't know what to say about those other than I did have other convictions that were read in or dismissed by the different judges. My sentencing went okay. I completed my sentences. I did end up paying most, if not all of the restitution on all of my cases. My co-defendants, a lot of them, I hear through the grapevine, are still in trouble, still in and out of prison or jail. And my supervision was extended a few years for restitution purposes. And then towards the end of that, they gave me a judgment for the rest of those restitution payments, and I paid them on my own monthly until they were paid off as well, which was difficult because my co-defendants weren't making payments on them. So I solely paid most of them myself. And then during that time, or shortly after that time, I met my husband. We've been together for 26 years now. We own our own home on a little over 8 acres of land. I live next door to, well, it was my parents. My mom passed away last September. And so I still live next door to my father, and I've been helping them for the past several years with many things around their home that they can't complete on their own. I help them with different things, you know, bill paying and stuff like that, because they don't understand, you know, the internet and the computer systems as much. And so I've been doing that. As far as community involvement, I don't have like a ton of actual community involvement other than I try really hard to keep our land clean in ways of picking up trash wherever I see it and disposing of it properly. I also clean up about a 1-mile stretch on the road I live on, usually twice a year, sometimes only once in the spring and in the fall. And we also had my husband's estranged father lived with us for about 4 years when he was having troubles with stage 4 COPD, and he did eventually pass away in 2021. But that was a lot to care for him. He had a lot of needs because of the COPD. He couldn't do a lot, and he would lose his breath very quickly. And then unfortunately in 2019, our tornado took our home. My husband and myself and his father were in the home when it happened. It was a manufactured home, and we came out of it okay, a little bumps and bruises. Unfortunately, my father-in-law then had to reside in a nursing home for a little while until we could reestablish our home again and get him back home. And then he passed away, like I said, in 2021. I also do things like I knit and crochet hats, and I donate them to the homeless shelter in Eau Claire, the community. Well, it's not a homeless shelter, it's the community table where they provide meals to the homeless and, you know, hats and things like that. So I do that. I don't know, it's hard to say positive things about yourself, I guess. And then the reasons why I think I should receive a pardon is plain and simple. I'm not the person I was then. That was 31 years ago. I was just barely 18 years old. I would never think of doing anything like that now or shortly after that. I realized there are several charges that I was convicted of, but I just want you to understand it was all around the same time frame with this in a handful of months there. And I learned quickly that that's not the lifestyle I wanted to lead. And I made changes I had to make moving forward. And now I would be a grandmother, but I didn't have children. So I am the typical, I bake cookies, I make lefse, I have a garden, I can vegetables. We have chickens that we raise and share the eggs with our friends and family. And I'm not that person anymore. Also, I'm referring to my notes here for a second. I have completed all my sentences, paid all my restitution. I got a letter of recommendation from my probation officer, as well as one of the victims in a misdemeanor case. Also, the person I worked for, I have indicated on my application as Adams Automotive. That was the second owner of the business. The first owner was Don Miller, and it was Midway Standard. And Don Miller was also a victim of one of my cases, and he employed me after that, and I became his store manager after finding out that the store manager that was there at the time was stealing. And I brought it to the attention of the shop manager at the time, and they employed an organization called the Rangers, or Wisconsin Rangers, and they put cameras in the business. And in one of her shifts, they caught her stealing over $1,000. And so shortly after that, then I was made the store manager there, and that went really well. And I would like to be able to travel. I know I didn't put that in my thing, but I would like to be able to travel to Canada and maybe some other places when my husband is ready to retire. And I would also like to go on the hunting trips my family and my husband go on. I don't go because I'm scared that them being in possession of weapons would make it so that I would get in trouble even if I wasn't handling the weapon. So I just don't go. And so I miss out on a lot of stuff in doing that. And also, we weren't able to have children. I've had some medical difficulties that made me have to have my fallopian tubes removed. So getting pregnant is not possible. And doing things like respite care, foster care, things like that, I don't think I'm a good candidate for, with having a felony or 2 felonies on my record. And so I guess those are the major reasons why I would like to receive a pardon and why I feel like I'm deserving of one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nisa. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The judge in Eau Claire County who reviewed your case and the district attorney in Dunn County who reviewed your case both support your application for a pardon. Now, the governor will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel wonderful. I was very surprised when I got a copy of those letters in the mail. It makes me feel really good. I haven't had any negative police contact since my crimes back in 1993, 1994. And it makes me feel good that other people think I'm deserving also.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, well, thank you for your time, Ms. Nisa.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mario Parem Jr.
Hello.
Oh.
I'm connecting my video now.
Okay, I was going to say, we saw you for a split second, but we can't now.
Okay, here I am.
Okay, great. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Mario A. Parem Jr. And first, I would like to say this is an honor to sit before you. First, back in 2005, I made the worst decision for my future's character by breaking into a residence that did not belong to me, disrupting a family's sense of security. Now knowing that that's what I hold deepest to me, having a wife and 2 boys of my own. I've completed my sentence and probation with no violations. Since then, I enrolled into Milwaukee Area Technical College, graduating and receiving my welding technical diploma. I've held multiple lead positions for top companies in 2 different states. One in Grafton, Wisconsin for Pace Industries, and then also for Skymark Refuelers in Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas City, Kansas. I've gotten married to my high school sweetheart that stood by my side since the time of the reason why we sit here. We share 2 amazing boys, ages 5 and 17. We both have solid careers. Me as a full-time welder, and my wife as a real estate agent. And I'm also in pursuing my CDL license and training. Pretty much, we've relocated to Texas, where we are now residing. I'm working full time. My oldest son is top of his class, filling out for scholarships. My youngest son has just started school a couple weeks ago, and he's very excited. We are very family orientated. Pretty much my day-to-day is work and family. I do cook for my family every day. I take care of my vehicles, maintenance, and anything else my wife she'll need. I kind of live a basic life. I stay out of trouble. I obey all the laws and things of being a good citizen. And I believe I deserve this pardon because it doesn't align with the person I've become over these 19 years ago, being a misguided boy with no true direction for success. But since my release, it's been up from then. But wanting to go into business and other avenues in life, my record closes a lot of doors that I knock on for opportunities to better my family's future. So I asked to receive this ultimate burden lifted off my new growth and direction as a man, in my new adventure and future aspirations. And again, I'm honored to sit here before you guys. Being the man that I am today, I really understand the path can follow you and disrupt some of the things that you want to accomplish in life. And I really feel that having a pardon will open a lot of doors for me, business-wise, me being more trustworthy, handling others people's, property, and, just being able to network with more people. So that's why I feel that I deserve a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Parem. Are there questions from the board? Okay. Seeing none. Actually, I'm not sure if this is frozen for me. Are there any questions?
Well, we can hear you. Yep, no questions.
Okay, it looks like it was frozen. Okay,
No,
thank you for your...
Wait, I do have one question. In 2016, there was a domestic abuse TRO granted with a firearm restriction for 4 years. So that would have been in effect until 2020. What was that about?
Well, I didn't know it went that far, as in, no firearms or whatever, that case. But me and my wife, we were a resident of Milwaukee at the time. Our house was broken into, so we moved in with my mother's sister, my auntie, And as we were helping her out, you know, financially and, you know, cleaning and cooking, she was stealing from us, you know, stealing money from us. At the time, we only had our one son. At the point of me confronting her about, you know, stealing from us, we already taken care of you and helping you out however you ask. She became violent, where I called the police and they asked me if I wanted to press charges. I declined pressing charges, and all I know is that I received a police officer at my job stating that I have a restraining order against me towards my auntie. Now, I don't get along with my family that well. I'm a mom and my dad's only son. I was raised by women all my life, and when the restraining order came into effect, me and my wife and my son were already in the midst of relocating to Kansas City, Kansas. So that was the end of that. My auntie, you know, rest in peace. She passed away last year or so. So I really have no contact with my auntie, my mother, or no one back home in Milwaukee anymore. So that was that case.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, it looks like there are no further questions. So thank you for your time, Mr. Parem.
Oh, thank you.
Next, we have Nathan Blazewicz.
I'm here.
Okay, we are able to hear you, but we can't see you.
It should come on right now. I'm sorry. See me?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Losing connection. You can see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and
First
hear you.
things first, good afternoon. I just want to say thank you guys. Oh, can you hear me? I just want to say thank you guys for taking your time out with having me today. With that, I might get emotional and start crying. So I'm asking for a pardon for my case of operating a motor vehicle without owner's consent. There's 2 of them on there, and a fleeing and eluding. This happened when I was 16. I was took a car, trying to be cool and impress my friends. As we were driving, that car broke down over the state line. Ironically, it broke down next to another car that had the keys in it. So I took that. Then throughout the night, was driving it, and I was going to return it back because I knew it was wrong. I was speeding excessively. Cops saw me speeding, pulled me over, led them on a high-speed chase a little bit. I was a frightening 16-year-old kid. You know, wish I didn't do that. Try running. I'm lost for words. I'm sorry. With that, since that, I completed 4 years of probation. Got a high school diploma. Always maintained work, employment. I have 2 kids, 20 and 15. I'm a homeowner. Went to college for a little while, didn't finish my credentials. I just wanted to go to prove that I could go back into school. Got a lot of certificates and training and home inspection. I wanted to start a business doing home inspection. And through the application, I saw that you could have trouble being a felon, or, you know, getting a license with a felon is kind of hard. So I kind of didn't pursue it all the way. But I've always worked. I've been working 15 years for Grand Appliance and TV, worked my way up into the company. I'm sorry. 15 years this November. I'm real sought after. I'm one of the highest installers and trainers there. It's a great career. Been good to me. Raising my kids is like the #1 blessing. And I'm just thankful. I'm sorry for being emotional. I try to put this to my past. I was 16, made a lot of poor decisions, and I just moved on with my life. I'm sorry. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, it's no problem.
I'm losing.
We understand.
Can you guys still see me?
We can still see and hear you. And with that, I'll open it up for questions from the board.
I just keep saying low networks.
Are there any questions for Mr. Blazewicz?
I'm sorry, I didn't. You have questions?
Okay, it looks like the board does not have any questions for you, so we thank you for your time.
All right, I thank you guys. Truly appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kenneth Carter. Hello, Mr. Carter, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kenneth D. Carter, and I was trying to seek a partner so I could go forward with my life, and I have really changed, at least I think, for the best. I did all my time on parole for 9 years without no trouble, and since then I have graduated from I got my high school diploma when I got out of prison, and then I went to WCTC for culinary arts, and I just been doing the right thing. I went back up to the prison and tried to talk to the other inmates and let them know that this jail is not where it's at. And I currently serve on the deacon board at my church, and I work with youth to let them know, to keep them on the right track, at least try to tell them about the right track. And I take full responsibility for my crime, for thinking I was selling drugs and didn't know what I was doing, and just misled, being a follower instead of a leader. And right now I'm just hoping I can go forth in my life with a partner. And it's just hard having a felon on my record, the things that I want to do. So, but right now, I'm part owner in the transportation business, and I renovate houses. And so with the transportation, there's certain things that they changed that I can't drive, so I have to hire others to drive. So, but other than that, I do carpentry work every day. And I just hope I can get granted a partner.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. So I just want to follow up on your employment, because on your application, the last employment you list was with TK Transportation in 2012, right?
Yes.
So do you freelance? Is that as a carpenter? I'm not clear. Okay.
Yes, as a carpentry, I own like 3 houses. Then I do other work for other people. Every day I just stay busy doing that. And then with the transportation, we hire people to drive for the transportation.
Okay, so you're still a part owner of that TK transport. I see, but you don't drive.
No, I don't drive.
Okay. Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Carter, can you talk about your relationship with your church and how far that goes back with your family?
Oh, it goes back. Well, my grandfather established the church in 1948. And he passed away in 82. And then my uncle took over for the church. And then he passed away in like 2006. In 2007, I was on the deacon board. I was called to be a deacon because I was called to ministry on the deacon board. And that's what I do. I go out with the pastor and try to talk to the young kids because, drugs these days, when I call myself hustling, now these cats out here just selling stuff to just know that they kill people. And I hate is a bad word, but I just dislike people that do that now because I lost friends. I lost a baby mother to fentanyl, and it's just sad. If I could be a CIA, I could just part-time go undercover and see who's doing it and bust it because it's just sad. So, but other than that, with the pastor, we have like young boys that we talk to and minister to and let them know and try to keep them out of trouble. Plus, I have 18 grandkids. So I start with them and their friends and get them to come to church and talk to them, at least once a month. Try to get them to talk to them and take them places and just be like a big brother to them, to a big, fatherhood. A lot of these young cats don't have they don't have a father in their life. And I think that is real important these days for a young man to have a father in their life for guidance. And I wouldn't dare want a child to go through that in life, as far as thinking that they have to do drugs and commit a crime to survive when there's more out there than that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Carter? Okay, thank you for your time.
All right. You have a nice one, ma'am.
Thank you, you as well. Next, we have Carolyn Foshi.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, you can hear
It
me
looks
good.
like
Okay.
you're just by phone, so we can't see you. So you can
Yes.
take the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank all the board and everyone else that's involved in processing my pardon. My name is Carolyn Elizabeth Bash. I'm 76 years old, and I live in Antigo, Wisconsin. What happened is I stole money from the credit union that I work for to gamble. I was into gambling, and I was way above my head, of course. And I didn't think about the consequences because when you're desperate, you just don't think about the consequences. You just do it. I didn't think about who I was going to hurt, the people that I work for, who trusted me, my family, my friends, myself. I didn't think about any of that. I just took the money because I was desperate to gamble. I paid all my bills with my check because I worked all my life, but I wanted to gamble. And I didn't have any resources to gamble with, so I took the money. There's no excuses for that. I just did it. That's all I can say about that. And the court session went real well because the judge let me have some references to take the stand on my behalf. My psychologist and my boyfriend took the stand on my behalf. And all the courtroom really rooted for me because this is a town of 8,000 people, and they knew me. And they were just hoping I would get a fair shake, and I did. So they were all happy that I just got the 9 months that I got. Then I got out in 7 months because I did community service. And the employer I had after sentencing let me work Huber. And after my sentencing, I was I worked until I was 67 years old. But the job I had to go to Goodwill because nobody else would hire me because of my ex-felon on my record. So I joined this 55 and older. I can't think of the name of it, but it's a 55 and older that find you jobs. It was out. I don't know if it's still available for 55 and older or not now, but they found me a job at Goodwill, and I worked at Goodwill until I retired at 67 years old. And my husband and I rescued 30 or more feral cats and helped them get spayed and neutered with the help of the Humane Society. And we also donate to Goodwill. We also donate food to the Humane Society, and we give monetary gifts to the Humane Society in Langley County, Indigo, Langley County. I'm kind of nervous. And I think I should have a pardon because I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I committed this crime when I was 54 years old. And like I said, I know it's no excuse for it, but I did it. And I never committed a crime before that, and I never committed a crime after that, and it's been 23 years. And I have just regrets. I had nightmares about this crime for 10 years, at least 10 years. I dreamed about it and had nightmares about it. Stealing money from the credit union, hurting everybody that I hurt. My life was messed up. Their lives was messed up. They didn't understand what had happened, why I had did that, why I was gambling. And it was just horrible, horrible. But the nightmares have went away some, and I still have it once in a blue moon, but not like I used to. My conscience was bothering me so bad that I could not live a normal life. I was just in misery, believe it or not, from stealing that money from the credit union because of the people that I hurt, and I knew it was wrong. But the main reason I want, excuse me, I would like a pardon is because I'm 76 years old. If I live to be another 6 years, I'll be lucky, if I live that long. And I want the ex-felon off of my name before I die. I just want that gone from my name. Carolyn Bash, ex-felon. And that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Ms. Fauché.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fauché. We certainly appreciate this is a difficult forum to tell your personal story, and so thank you for being here with us this afternoon. I have a couple of questions. You were able to pay, how were you able to pay your restitution off so quickly?
I worked. I was in jail, but I worked Huber. I didn't tell you that part, yeah. Yeah, I got out on Huber law, and my employer that I had before, he let me stay there, and I gave him my whole check.
Okay.
That's all I paid it off. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
My other question is, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application. And you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Yes, I did. I sent one to the judge here. He was my attorney, but he wouldn't. He said he couldn't respond because and I sent it to you all too. The judge here is named Rhodey.
Well,
and
right.
He said
the
he
judge
couldn't
and
respond because he's the judge now.
Right.
But he was my attorney.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any other references. My job was, I didn't want them to know. It was bad enough I was on another job. I didn't want them to know I was an ex-felon. They had hired me. And also, it's just hard to get references. I'm not from this area. I've been here quite a while, but I don't have any family here. I don't have any friends here. I just have my husband. I've been here for 30 years, but I don't have any really close friends, and I never have had because I got 8 sisters. I didn't really need any friends, so I didn't have any. And I just didn't have any references, but I did send those out, and I sent one to the DA.
Right.
Here too.
We have that.
To ask her.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I'm sure nobody's giving me any references because they want me to not to have a pardon. Maybe I don't know.
Oh,
okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Ma'am, I was wondering as far as, have you sought any help around gambling?
Well, no, but I was going to a psychologist before. Once I got caught and went to jail, I went to a psychologist. I'm not gambling anymore, and my husband don't gamble. I didn't need any help. What was happening with me was way over my head, and I knew it. And I just, when I got out of there, I said, I'll never in my lifetime ever gamble again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. If there are no further questions for Ms. Crochet, we thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for listening to me. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. You as well. Next, we have Alyssa Morgan.
Can I hang up the phone now?
Yes, you can. You're free to leave.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Alyssa Morgan.
Okay, I'm here. Can you all see me?
No.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to find my camera. My camera was on, but I don't see it. I don't know if I click on mine. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I see it now. Now, can you see me?
I think your camera's on. It just looks like it might be covered. Is
I don't
possible?
know.
You can see a bit of light.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm on my laptop. I also can go on my cellular phone if you would like for me to do that. Because everything is lit up on here. I don't know why I can't see. I can see you all, but you can't see me. Let's see.
Yes. And
it said start video. Maybe it's still nothing. Would you like for me to go on my cell phone?
Nothing. I think it's okay to proceed by audio only.
Okay.
Unless you'd prefer that we come back to you.
I would like for you, it would be more formal to see each other face to face. So if you would, could you come back and then I'll put it on my cell phone?
Yes. So we will go to the next applicant and come back to you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Next, we have Nathan Castro. Okay, we can see you and you're on mute.
Hello?
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay. My name is Nathan Castro. I'm 52 years old. My birthday's in 2 weeks. So I'll be 53. The reason for me being here is because back when I was 18, I went out with a couple buddies, and just for the joy of it, we went out and we started stealing car stereos. I received a 9-month sentence for that offense. During that 9 months, they gave me Huber and school access, so I went to MATC at that time, and I also worked part-time at Arby's. Since then, it was a little journey to get to where I knew I needed to get to because of what I've done. From most getting to college and going and completing what they complete, usually end up being 21, 22. Fortunately, I finally got a job at UPS as a part-time package handler. A couple years later, I finally got back into college. I went to University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Again, I was fortunate to get a job at UPS because there was a time in between where I couldn't get a job because I did have that felony for a party to a crime theft on my record. And I knew I had to turn it around whenever I got the opportunity, because the opportunities weren't there, obviously right away. I did take advantage of it. I worked my tail off. I worked part-time at UPS. At that time, I did become a part-time supervisor, and I started school at UWM. I did finish in 2004. It took me 6 years, but I did it. Again, I was fortunate enough for someone, a company and some people to believe in me that what I'd done was just a poor decision when I was 18 years old. Since then, I worked at UPS for 17 years. I went over to YRC Freight as management. I was management at UPS for approximately 15 years. I went to another company, YRC Freight, was there for almost 9 years as management. And the current place I'm at now is Performance Freight Systems as a night dispatch manager. Again, I've had consistent jobs throughout, but it wasn't an easy path because of what I've done. To this day, I still have a guiltiness of what I put people through. You know, when you're 18, you don't think of that, but as you go through life, you know, it really gets to you, because, you know, the same exact thing that I've done back when I was 18 actually happened to me a few times. So I can't imagine, you know, what these people went through, you know, from when I'd done that when I was 18. I was involved in United Way when I was at UPS. Headed some food drives, some coat drives, some clothes drives. Currently, I try to be involved in my high school. I went to Greenfield High School over here in where I live by. I still live in the same house when I first went to school here in the city of Greenfield. I'm an active donor for the sports program. They just set me up the other day for some football tickets for $40. So, but I have no problem doing that. I love giving back, you know, because they've given me the opportunity and helped me through some things throughout life. So, I could say I'm an avid traveler. I've been to a couple countries in South America. I travel somewhere different once a year. Yeah, and the reason why, other than me thinking that I think I deserve a chance to give my rights back, because I think I've done the right things to be at the position I'm at. One reason is I had a nephew that was an avid outdoorsman, and he actually taught me how to fish, but he was an active hunter. He passed away at an early age, and I never got that opportunity, but I have 3 other nephews, and, you know, when he was alive, he would ask me why I could not go with him, and I couldn't really tell him because I didn't want to disappoint him. He was pretty much, you know, he looked up to me. You know, he's seen what I was doing. You know, went to school, got my stuff together. You know, had an okay job, decent job. You know, getting to the places where I wanted to get to, but he didn't know the story behind of why I couldn't be with him. Of course, eventually I had to tell him, and I don't think he was disappointed in me, but I was more disappointed in myself. So I didn't get a chance to share that moment with him that he always wanted me to, but I think he would like me to share the moments with my other nephews. They're not getting any younger, so that'd be a reason why, you know, I think I deserve a pardon, you know, with everything I've done and accomplished. And it wasn't an easy road, but I had to endure. I had to put my foot down, and I had to set myself straight and you know, get myself together. Like I said, it wasn't an easy road. It took a while to get to that point, and because of what I've done, I think I lost a good 5 years of my life trying to finally write things to where I needed to go and get myself to the point where I'm at today.
Thank you, Mr. Castro.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Mr. Castro, the judge in Milwaukee County and the DA in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and it will be up to the governor, but both the judge and the DA support your application. How does that make you feel?
I don't know if I want to say satisfied, but I think I've done the right things to deserve that. So for that I thank them. I think hopefully they see, you know, my progress throughout the last 30 years of my life to get to this point, and it's humbling. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Castro. So you've had 3 OWIs, the most recent 2008.
2008, yes.
In your application, you say now Uber. So
If
still drinking?
On occasion, as far as, you know, like if a friend has a birthday, you know, if there's like some certain occasion, that's what I do. If I decide to go and do more than what I should be doing, which I rarely do. I'm an avid, I go to the gym every day after work. So, you know, doing that kind of stuff nowadays just doesn't help me any. I usually just stay away from it. But once in a while, if we celebrate a birthday, or, you know, if someone got a promotion or something, you know, we'll have, if I have to, I will. But usually if that happens, somebody else drives that's not drinking.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Castro.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you.
Okay, let's circle back to Alyssa Morgan. Ms. Morgan, it looks like you are back. Are you able to turn on your video and audio?
Unmute. I think I have.
We're getting a lot of feedback. You might have to choose one device or another, because I see that there are 2 devices. Ms. Morgan, can you speak? There, we can see you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Can you see me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
I don't know what's wrong with this laptop. I had trouble before. Hi, my name is Alyssa Morgan, and Alyssa Baker, that was the old me. I have not gotten into any trouble. I kept, actually, I've been consistent working throughout those years. I got married and then I got divorced because he was being abusive. I kept the last name Morgan because Baker had a lot of bad things attached to it. And I wanted to continue on with my life. I bought a home in Madison. Then that was with my husband. And I decided to move to Beloit and I bought my own home. And also, I always set goals for myself. So I completed all of my goals. I bought a second home. I was blessed to have another daughter whose birthday was yesterday. She turned 21. And I also opened up a business. It's called Caring Hands of Wisconsin, where I take care of adults with disabilities. And excuse me if my mouth is dry. I am sick. I don't know. One of them kids brought something over here. But I have been consistent, no drug use. After I got out of Huber, you know, it was a nice sunny day. I have prayed, I kept faith, and I feel like I was delivered. All of the TAP program, I completed. My probation officer, no dirty UAs. She went to a phone call where I just had to call in. And then finally she said, you know, I'm going to let you off early because I see that you are a changed person. So with that, I just moved forward. And like I said, I enjoy helping people now, and I help the ones that don't have a voice. In my paperwork, I believe it is a letter in there from either Alan or Jay Korzinski. And I took care of their dad and their attorney. So they let me work there, and they knew I was a good person. And I had already put my past behind me. You know, I lost my other two children because I was afraid I was going to go out there and use drugs. But my promise I never broke. Even though they got adopted out, my son is in contact with me. My oldest daughter is not. My baby girl just left out, and I'm like, shh, be quiet. I am on audio right now. So, and what I've been doing, I was working for Amazon. Actually, I still work for Amazon, and I also own my own company. And I'm assessing right now clients, and it's going to be an owner-occupied home because my daughter got her own place, and I'm here in this big house, and I figured I was getting ready to buy another house, and I'm like, why waste that money? You know, I have extra space in here, so I want to make sure that I pick the right client because we will be living together. Like I said, the old Alyssa Baker is on that paper. The new Alyssa Morgan is in front of you. I am active in church. I go to Higher Ground here in Beloit, Wisconsin. I also, when my daughter was in school, I chaperone. I have done a lot. And I have reference there, you know, that you all can look at. And any questions that you might have, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Can you tell us about your work for the Foster Funeral Home?
Hi, Reverend. Yes, I can. I worked at Foster's. How I got the job is my nephew had passed away, and I had just visited one in Beloit because my sister went to mortuary school in Chicago, and she could not meet her meeting. And she sent me instead. So I had the information with my nephew, didn't know he was going to pass away. And anyways, he passed away, and I went to Foster's. And after that, I met Mr. Foster, Don, and they also had a funeral home here. So they needed someone to work the funeral home here in Beloit. And what I did there is I worked the front desk. I also handled money, and I also took care of the decedent, dressed them, did their hair, makeup. We would go set up for funerals and drive the hearse.
Okay, and then one other question. How good is your sweet potato pound cake?
Oh, it is delicious. Quay. And I'm so sad because Jaquela, I call her Quay, she loved that cake. And I said, come over here. Everything is made from scratch. Come over here and we're going to make them together. And last month she passed at 41.
Oh.
She was a registered nurse. Then I used to take care of her kids because she had to go to school in Milwaukee. Lisa, are you off? And come over, here's your nephew. Okay. I'm like, okay, kid, it's you and me. But my pumpkin pound cake with my butter rum sauce, number one. Number one. I learned that from my mom.
I'm not surprised by your answer, but thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Morgan? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. And sorry I had so much problems with this audio.
No problem.
But
we understand.
Yes, we made it. Thank you all. You have a wonderful
you.
Mm-hmm.
You as well.
Thank you.
Next we have Quinetta Evans.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, hello, we can see and hear you.
Hi. Okay, my name is Quinetta Evans. I committed a crime. I think it was back in 2003 or 2004, but I turned myself in 2006 because I was with child, and I felt like I couldn't bring a child into this world on a run, basically. So I turned myself in, and I was found guilty. Out of the 6 charges that was against me, I was found guilty of 2. And that was concluded in, I believe, February of 2006. And later on that year, I had my son in July of 2006. I completed my 2-year mandatory probation, no problems. I paid all my restitution, no problem. And during that time, I went back to school to get my associate's degree in administrative assistance. But then I realized, as being a felon, I really couldn't work in a hospital setting with that on my background. So then I was forced to go into a field that I never seen myself in, which is manufacturing. And I've been in that field for 18 years. And during that time, I obtained my skilled trade diploma in CNC operations and setup. I recently just obtained my culinary arts diploma. And as of September the 9th, I just enrolled in a bachelor's program to earn my bachelor's of business because I would like to own a restaurant. And I know being a felon, sometimes it can stop you. And I'm just not trying to have any hiccups right now. I have not been involved in any crimes, no police contact, but just maybe some speeding tickets. But other than that, I have not done anything that would cause anybody any harm. I haven't done anything that I shouldn't have done. I committed a crime using misuse of identification, and I knew better. So I can't even tell you why I did it because that's not how I was raised. And it's embarrassing because no one knows that I'm a felon. And I've been a felon literally for 18 years, and no one knows that I'm a felon. But I'll try to make the best of my life. I have 2 kids, and I'm really doing it for my kids because, you know, a lot of people say, oh, you're a felon, you can't do this. I'm a witness that even though I'm a felon, I know I could do better, and I have been doing better, but I know I could do better without having a felon attached to my name. So that's why I'm asking for a pardon. And as you see, I'm at work right now. But since then, like I said, I've obtained my CNC technical diploma, my culinary arts degree, and right now I'm working on a bachelor's degree. And when I'm done with my bachelor's degree, hopefully, I'm praying that I to be a proud owner of a restaurant. And that's my goal. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yep. Hi, Ms. Evans. You may have answered this by saying nobody knows that you're a felon, but as part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support.
I know.
You didn't submit any. Can you just tell us why not?
Because no one knows, and I'm a very private person. I'm more than likely, if people would have known, they probably would have supported me because I am a good person. It's just that I'm a private person and I didn't want anybody to know because really it's embarrassing. That's
Okay,
all.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your time, Ms. Evans.
Thank you.
Our last applicant this afternoon is Harry Kennedy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Harry Kennedy. First and foremost, I would like to thank the government board for hearing my request for a pardon. Your time is very much appreciated. Excuse me, I'm just a little nervous. This crime that I am seeking a pardon for is delivery of a controlled substance, which was cocaine. The crime was committed in 1993, for which I received a 5-year sentence. I served two years on that sentence. While incarcerated, I participated in AODA drug classes. Shortly after that, I was transferred to a minimum security, and I was a mechanic and snowplow driving for the prison. While in prison, I reflected on my life and the directions it was headed. And I knew that I had to make choices. I can only blame myself, and I take full responsibilities for my actions. I was not raised that way, and I knew that I disappointed my family, which I have apologized to, and I would also like to take this time to apologize to the state of Wisconsin. When I was released, I found a job at a factory, but I wanted a career, so I talked to my twin brother about driving semi-trucks. He was a truck driver. He taught me about them, and got me a job at his company, the Peltz Group of Milwaukee. I started as a helper, and 6 months later, I got my CDL license and been driving trucks ever since. The company was bought out by Iron Mountain of Milwaukee. They were very impressed with my accomplishments in such a short time that they kept me on, and I've been working for them for the last 28 years. I volunteer at Kingdom Builder Church of Racine, Wisconsin, giving food to the needy. I've been doing that since 2018. We were still doing it during COVID, and it was the biggest site in Racine, and I still volunteer to this day at other ministries. I'm seeking a pardon because I'm getting older. I'm a diabetic. With that being said, I don't know how much longer I can drive a truck. It's getting harder and harder to pass the DOT certifications, which I love driving, but the fact of the matter is I'm not going to have that choice after a while. I have to find another job. I would love for this felony to be off my record so I don't have to go through the embarrassment of checking that box. Then explaining what happened. I have 7 years left to work before I'm able to retire. I've been living a crime-free life, paying my taxes and taking care of my family since being released from prison 30 years ago. I was young back then and I made some bad choices. I really learned from them and been on the right track since. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Judge Crummers.
Yeah, I have a question about the 1991, the recklessly endangering safety was amended to a couple of misdemeanors. What happened in that situation?
I was with a group of people back then that was firing weapons, and it seemed my name was the only one came up. So I was there. I took the responsibility for being there, and I was still in the Wisconsin Army National Guard back then. So the judge back then amended it so I could stay in the service back then, which I regret messing up that career. But it was a mistake in my life in my younger days of running around with the wrong people. Since being released from prison, I didn't go to prison for that. That was a misdemeanor. But at that particular time, I just had the wrong type of people in my life. Since then, I've been having the right type of people in my life. I mean, my life belongs to Christ now. I don't live that type of life, and I have no intentions of going back to that type of life.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well. So that concludes our afternoon public session. The board will be moving into closed session pursuant to WISSTAT sections 1985, 1A, 1D, and 1F for purposes of deliberations concerning a case which is before the board, for purposes of considering specific applications, and for purposes of considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories of specific persons. Could I have a motion to move into closed session? Judge Kremers, a second. Anthony Cooper, thank you. Is anyone opposed? No opposed. So with that, we will move into closed session.